Well, this week, all the eyeballs in the collector car world are focused on Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and that building. It is always good synergy when the world's largest collector car auction rolls into this area of the country that is so absolutely nutty about automobiles. It's Mecum Auctions, collector cars and more for the 12th year here at the Farm Show Complex and Expo Center in Harrisburg, in front of another packed house on a Thursday mid-morning. Hi everyone, I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth. Chris Jacobs and Rutledge Wood out and about showing us what's coming up and talking about some amazing cars. And Bill, let's get started. Terrific way to do that with a 1955 Ford Thunderbird convertible.
Oh, how we all remember the first year for the Baby Birds, 1955. They had V8s in them right from the get-go, unlike the Corvette. 292 V8, 3-speed transmission, and the styling. A lot of people describe this as, honey, I shrunk the Ford Fairlane, because they just took a lot of those styling cues and they used them on the T-Bird. They
did indeed, and the high bid here at $19,000. Well, speaking of Ford, obviously these birds have a terrific following. What about a car that's coming up a bit later, too?
Oh, Scott, these cars have like a shadow government. Everybody loves these 7-liter Galaxies, 1966. You see the 7 liters on the fender badge and on the grill badge. This one powered by the 428, not the Cobra Jet. That came along in 1968, but it's funny, this one has 345 horsepower. The Cobra Jet was rated at 335. Somebody was lying. This one could have had a 4-speed, but it's got the C6 automatic, the 3-speed automatic. You see the dashboard there, a beautiful job restoring the instruments. This has got the power top, it's got the power front brakes and the power steering, and that candy apple red, a popular color for Ford during that time period on Mustangs and Shelbys. White interior, white top, fabulous car coming later, Scott.
All right, thank you, Bill. Let's check in with Chris Jacobs now with a car we'll see in a little while as well. CJ.
Thank you, Scott. It is a gorgeous day here in the capital of Pennsylvania. I am out in the tent where the cars are staged before they roll across the auction block, and this one definitely caught my eye. 1985 Porsche 928S. Unbelievably, this was the car that was developed to replace the 911. Thank God this didn't happen, but it became an icon on its own. Powered by a 5-liter V8, backed up by a 4-speed automatic transmission. That is iris blue metallic exterior, and check out the interior. Blue as well. Great color combination. And why does it look so good? Well, this car's only got about 40,000 miles on the clock. Sunroof, and actually this car will be going home with the new owner. Why? Because it's being offered at no reserve. Rutledge Wood, what do you got, my man?
Chris, you know I love a good Chevy Monte Carlo SS, but guess what? That is not what I found. This is actually a 79 Malibu custom wagon with that Monte Carlo SS front nose. Now, this thing is cool. It's definitely done in that kind of choo-choo customs vibes, if you will, but look inside. This thing's got room for the whole family, and oh, that's right. It's a 4-speed on the floor, backed up by a 350, so that means you've got room for the whole family and fun for the whole family too, guys. This one is rolling across the block a little bit later.
Oh, when's the last time you've seen that, Rutledge? Not very often at all. Very cool. Thank you, my friend. Hey, back on the block here, Bill, with an 01 XK8. The reserve is off in the teens here.
I've got one of those. My Jag is an 01 XK8. It looks very much like that. Mine is Pacific Blue. This one is the gray metallic, as you can see. These cars are not expensive, but they look like they are. 4-liter V8, about 290 horsepower. Of course, an automatic transmission. This one loaded with power features, and it looks fantastic.
How often do you take yours out on the road?
Sunny day in the summertime. I try to get out and, put the top down. And,
good you.
Yeah. Fun car to drive. Not a real neck-snapping muscle car, but enough power not to be embarrassed.
Down 1, 21, higher negative 20, down 1, down 1, higher down 21 pounds, down 1, down negative 21 pounds, another, down 1, higher negative 20, down 1, higher down 1, 2, 22 pounds, another bid, sir, 21 pounds, another, 22 pounds, another bid, down 3, down 3, down 3 to bid, higher negative 23.
I'm glad you put the top down, because if somebody saw you driving with the top up, they say, well, there's Bill Stevens. Look at him with the top up on the car.
He's always complaining about the tops not being down.
Yes.
Hey, sir, give 25 pounds and under. Get 25,000.
Yeah, mine has
Get
that
25,000.
beautiful
Get
off-white interior as well.
Get
Leather.
25.
Yeah, the burled walnut on the dash.
Get 4. Negative 24,000 out of bid. 3.
You feel like an aristocrat when you're in there.
Sure, you know, no question.
25,000 out of bid. Get out 5. 24. 5. 25. 25.
25,000
out of bid.
Well, we first picked this one up at $15,000, and now we're 10 grand over that.
That is above the money for most of these, but a little over 60,000 miles on the odometer. So that obviously is driving the bidding on this, because a lot of the ones we get, remember, it's a 25-year-old car. We see them with 100,000, 120,000 miles, and that will affect the value.
I was just going to say, that car does not look 25 years old.
Oh, it's been maintained.
Not even close.
28. Well done. Okay. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much.
Funny about the technology, I don't know if this one does, but mine has a factory-installed telephone in the console. A real telephone.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, so
That's pretty cool.
we've come a long way.
Yes, indeed. Well, we came a long way on that car, too. $27,500
Wow. Well sold.
buys that.
Woo.
My goodness. Well, I mentioned the word synergy before, and anytime you have two guys going after something that they both want, good things can happen for sure.
Yep.
Here's an 09 Corvette for us.
Yeah, here we go. C6 generation, the LS3, the 6.2-liter, 430 horsepower V8. And when you see a build, a resto mod or something that's had the LS swap, a lot of times they wind up cannibalizing these Corvettes to get those engines. 6-speed manual transmission, Victory red black interior, and some extra cost options as well. Beautiful forged polished aluminum wheels on this car. The odometer, tad over 72,000 miles. Still a lot of fun left in that Corvette. Yeah, between here and 30, I would think, would be the magic number.
Yeah.
We got two people on. Is that the problem?
6-speed car,
You
too.
want to be 24? You want to be 24?
Get them all you can.
24,000. $24,000. $4.
They'll always be out there somewhere. I mean, just in the newer cars, they're, as we all know, getting fewer and further between.
Going the way of all flesh.
What do you got, Paul? Anything? 24,000 out of bid. How about you, Alex? 24,000.
Anywhere in the 20s at all, even? You got anywhere in that mid-20s at all? He probably wanted 30. You want to try him at 23 even? I know. 21 was it? Okay.
22.
I think it's a little under the money. I think it's a few thousand before we'll have something to talk about.
Anybody else? 23,000 out of, well, we're going to close the bid. At 22,000 out of bid goes on at 20.
Bid goes on.
Well, at that point, you're right. At 22,000. All right, next on the block for us, 1991 Chevy Caprice Classic.
Oh, this is the big dude from 1991. 5-liter V8 with an automatic. And comfort and convenience from stem to stern. Power steering and brakes with AC. It's got the Delco Bose AM/FM stereo with a cassette, a tilt steering column. Boy, I feel like I'm reading the window sticker on this car. A lot of options checked off on it. You see the interior of it. And it's got that soft velour upholstery there. That's the Wayne Newton trim package. See that from time to time. Yeah, good basic practical transportation. This is what a family sedan looked like back in the early 1990s.
Sure is.
You know?
It's still available. Reserves off. You still want to, it's at 45. You want
25, 28 miles to the gallon. Cruise on the highway, set the cruise at about 65 or so, and leave the rest of the world outside.
Yep. And look at that, $4,500 just bought it.
Yeah, boy, I'm going to guess that's going to be half of what the MSRP was.
Still some life left in that guy, for sure. 02 Ford F-150 Harley-Davidson edition now for us.
You know, we're talking about how cultish that 66 Galaxy is. These Harley-Davidson pickups, these F-150s, there's a whole population of people that are really digging these. There you see the supercharged 5.4 V8 engine, automatic transmission. This has got the leather interior, front and rear bucket seats in the console. And it's all about that Harley-Davidson connection on these trucks. Special Harley-Davidson badging you'll find on the inside and the outside. And this one, Scott, we're talking about vehicles that look like they've hardly been driven. Oh, look at this. That truck is 24 years old.
It's immaculate.
Totally.
Reserve is off at $15,000.
And not inexpensive with anyone new. You know, you're basically getting a new truck for used truck money.
16 pounds and on the bed. 15 pounds, 16 pounds. 15 pounds and 16 pounds out. So 15 pounds $1. 15
well, how about that? Sells it at $15,000.
Yeah, gray metallic. You see a lot of black ones. Not as many in this color.
That's true.
Yeah.
Here's another pickup, this one from all the way back in 1963. It's a Chevy C10 selling at no reserve. One of more, these two trucks, two of more than 100 pickup trucks that we have here in Harrisburg this week.
Well, we are, you might say, in farm country, really. You drive 5 miles in any direction, and you're out in the cornfields. True. So pickup trucks are a way of life here. This is a budget build. This is not going to be a lot of money, as you can see. This isn't one of those $150,000, $200,000 bills where, you know, the goal was to wind up at the SEMA show. So we may be close to where this will hammer at right now at $8,000.
10, got 9, back row 10. Get to that trap, 10 pound out of bed, down to bed, get to 10. You're 9 pound out of 10. And now by the 95, 10, 95, 10, 95 out of 10. 95 out of 10.
We have 95, get 10.
You're 10 pound.
No, we have that, get 10.
10 to bed, 10 to bed. 10 pounds a dollar, last call. Everybody else, 95 pound, get to be 10, 5. You're 10, 5, high 10 to bed, get to 5 to bed, down 11. You're 11 pound out of down, 10, 5, down 11 down out of. You're 10, 5, 11 to bed, high down 11 pounds a dollar bed, down, down. Here we go. Last call, 10-5, high 11 pounds and dollars. Anybody else? So 10 pounds and $500 internet, 10-5.
All right. 10-5 buys that little 63 pickup truck. Good buy. They're going to get some fun out of that one.
You could put a little bit of money into it, maybe jazz up the cosmetics a little bit, but good starting point.
All right, so we move to a Z28 now from 1979, another no-reserve car here today.
Well, I'm so glad they were still building Z28s in 1979. You remember they took a couple of years off back in the 1970s, 75, 76, and here it is. The 350, of course. These were not big, broad-shouldered muscle cars. You see an aftermarket shifted there. It looks like a B&M quarter stick or something there for the automatic. Got some new rubber on it on the OEM Z28 wheels. And again, not a really big buck car. You want to get into a budget muscle car, and you know, it's all about show with this car because it's got lots of eyeball.
Everybody else, last call, 23, 24. 23.
Matching wheels, great paint, great look, and you mentioned the eyeball, all of that, right? And a $23,000 hammer price. That'll work.
Yes, it will.
Let's see what Dana Mecum has ready for us next. Let's go to 1941 and a little Ford Custom Coupe here.
You know what I would do? I would have bought that Chevy pickup that we just saw a couple lots ago.
Yep.
I'd buy this, and what I would do is I would make a little display of the 1965 Oakland Roadster show and put those two cars side by side, because these would be kind of reflective of the kind of builds that you would see at a Rod and Custom show back in the day. Very period looking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's a good idea.
Yep. Chevy small block in this. Nothing too sophisticated underneath. Some air shocks up back. Give it a little bit of a rake. You see the side exhaust there. Just a mild cam in that 350. Turbo 350 automatic transmission. Very smooth rolled pans, front and rear, no bumpers, very little chrome on the body. And again, for 10 grand, there you go.
Nothing outrageous, but boy, I tell you, it's in the slot and it works. They're both yellow, by the way.
They are that, yes. And for anyone who isn't really paying attention, yes.
1962 Ghia 1500 GT. That's what we're looking at.
Oh, rarity is scarcity. 62 Ghia 1500 GT, one of 36 that were imported to the United States. 200 horse, 3-liter V6 with multiple carburation there. You see the Alfa Romeo branding on the valve cover there, the rocker cover. This was designed by Carrozzeria Ghia over in Italy, introduced at the 62 Turin Motor Show. So this car probably has as much historical perspective as any car from that time period coming into this country. 5-speed manual transmission. You see the chrome wire wheels and a very classic Italian profile.
Oh, no doubt.
You know,
go ahead.
No, I was going to agree with you how you look at it and immediately you're thinking, oh, that's got to be an Italian car.
It is a beauty.
Yep, long nose, fastback tail. Look at the cam rear end on that we saw on the Ferrari 250 GTO and later on the Cobra Daytona Coupe. And somewhat on the C5 Corvette, kind of had that chopped off bustle in the back.
Yep. And this one sells for $14,000. And with that, we send it over once again to Chris Jacobs.
Thanks a lot, Scott. You are getting a look at the 2-liter inline 4-cylinder twin cam motor that powers this 1975 Cosworth Vega, making about 110 horsepower. Not super impressive, but hey, this was the mid-70s. But you're not buying performance with this car. You are buying rarity. This 1975 was one of only 3,500 produced over its 2-year run. And this is number 1527 of the roughly 2,000 that were made in this model year 1975. All of them were black. All of them had those cool gold wheels. And the consignor told me something interesting about this one. This car actually comes with a vinyl rear tent that you can attach to the hatchback, and it drapes down. You put the rear seats forward, and you can actually sleep in the back of this Chevrolet. Interesting stuff going across the block a little bit later. Stick around. Tons more from Harrisburg on the other side of this break.
Back in Harrisburg, PA, and we're going to follow this pickup truck. It's passing right in front of us here, and it's a 93 Silverado, Bill Stevens, in the mid-teens, knocking on 20,000.
Oh, Scott, this thing is loaded. I mean, loaded, yeah. And you were talking about, what, 100 or so pickup trucks we have here, and some of them customized, some of them breathed on. This one pretty original, some aftermarket additions to it, but wow, what a looker, huh? Oh. Dark blue / green interior with the blue, very rare. And just the list of options goes on and on.
We've seen that era of truck grow and grow in value, but hat tip to the original kind of styling cues of those had the slotted taillight covers, the visor, so cool, but it really doesn't compare to a model like this, right, Scott?
Well, and you're talking about the one we're going to see next, and there it is. This is a pickup, completely different beast here from 1955.
Yep, here we go with the power plant. You probably could have guessed it. Small block, the 350. Flowmaster exhaust, turbo 350, automatic transmission. Pretty much a recipe that we've become very familiar with, but just about every build is different in some ways, usually with the paint scheme. And you see on this, it's got kind of a gloss black top lid, and underneath kind of like a silver that runs from the bottom of the doors all the way back to the rear quarter there on the back of the fenders. A great wheel choice there with raised white letter tires. See a big scary fuel cell there back there in the pickup bed. Like I say, the bills all pretty different, but you know, once again, from a very familiar list of ingredients: small block Chevy, turbo 350, B&M shifter, things like that.
And that would be a pretty easy fix if you wanted to get one of the tanks that hides below the bed, do the cool bed kit. There's so many different options. I like that the fuel is no longer sitting directly behind you in the cab, so hat tip to at least moving the fuel tank out.
Good point. Those early Chevy pickup trucks, you know, you were riding right next to the gasoline tank behind the seat.
39 is the current bid. You know, that pinstripe separating the two colors kind of gives you a hint maybe about when this was built or painted, but then again, maybe not. It's just kind of a fooler.
You're right, because it could have been done recently with the goal of making it look vintage, looking a little older, or maybe it was done a while back.
Sure.
But it's a cool style, Scott, to see that kind of scallop come up like that and then run all the way back and then sort of drop right there at the taillight. That looks great.
Agree.
I can tell you're not from Massachusetts. We say scallop.
Ah, you're so right.
Want to raise it in, Travis?
I tried.
A little bit.
They'll keep working on the seller.
It's $600 difference.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, they're close.
Well, the Mecum rule, I think, is in effect here.
Another 1,000 might go.
Just got 4-link underneath it, adjustable coilovers. Good stuff.
Okay, well, the reserve is off.
39 pounds, 40 pounds and dollars on it. 39 bid, 40 bid. I'm going to do 39 bid, 40 pounds and dollars. Anybody else? Last call. 39, 40. So 39 pounds and dollars.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, a little extra work there gets it done.
Congratulations. Thank you.
A happy family. Love to see that.
Gosh, they're going to have fun with that one.
Get the little ones involved.
Yep. All right, 39 buys it, and we move to a 1990 Cadillac Sedan DeVille.
Odometer reads 8,358 miles. And they got the Pennsylvania title that denotes the actual mileage. Scott, we're talking about cars that look like they've never been driven. This one literally hasn't been driven that much. You saw the 4.5-liter V8 engine there. This is a front-wheel drive caddy. You know, they moved to the front-wheel drive configuration just about the time that we were seeing those Toronados back in the 60s go to front-wheel drive, eventually caddy. Decided to go that way with a lot of their bigger cars. This one, factory air, AM/FM radio, power wherever you look, and the factory aluminum wheels.
What color is that, Bill?
Light auburn is what GM called it, but I'd say greeny tanny brownie, actually.
Or brownie tanny
tanny brownie.
The interior was sort of like caramel-y. Beautiful, though. I looked at it and I said, what is this, velvet?
Oh, yeah, the soft surface.
It's velour. It's lovely, though.
Yeah. It's lovely. Don't go Martha Stewart on us now, okay?
I was trying to quote Coming to America. What is this, velvet? I thought that was in your wheelhouse.
No.
It's early still.
You are so good on the movie quotes.
But how cool is it that we're seeing a car like that with only 8,000 miles?
8,000 miles.
Wow.
14.
13, 14. I got 13 for these folks right here. 13, 14.
Well, this could.
I got you guys at 13. They're asking so if they can get.
You know, time capsules are still available from the early 90s.
Yeah, and I was about to say, this isn't what you would consider to be a second car. You know what I mean? Like, second cars usually have low miles, but you buy a Cadillac like that, I would think, drive this as much as I can. I got all the options and all the good stuff in it.
And it just brought $13,000, a mere pittance of what the showroom sticker would have called for. Well, here's another pickup. This from 1971, a big boy, an F350 stake bed.
What an interesting subject for a complete total restoration. The engine, that's the 460. Big block engine, a lot of torque in those engines. And they bounced around in some other Ford offerings as well at 460, including the Lincoln. Bright red, white cab top. Top loader, 4-speed manual. Power steering and brakes. And this has a Marty report. How about that? Not something we all... Yeah. On a 71 Ford F350. Kevin Marty did all of the historical research on this truck.
That is pretty out there.
That is.
$12,000 is the high bid on a fabulous stake bed truck. And with that, we'll send it over to Chris Jacobs for another look ahead.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Listen, if Martin Scorsese is considering making Goodfellas 2, I got one of the cars he should put in the movie. 1968 Pontiac Executive. Now, this is the model that would have come between the Bonneville and the Catalina. It pretty much shared the same wheelbase, same dimensions, all of that. Powered by a 400 with a 4-barrel carburetor, made it to a 3-speed automatic transmission on the column. This is springtime green over a white interior. And, man, I mean, just super clean. You don't see a lot of executives. They were offered in 2-doors, 4-doors, and station wagons. No convertibles, of course, but this is the 2-door version. And it's good to see this thing out here. Super clean, getting a lot of attention because you don't really see executives too often. Stick around. Got tons more from Pennsylvania coming at you right on the other side of this break.
I'm married to this game. That's who I made my wife. Said I'd die alone. She's probably right. One thing that's for sure, not a stranger to this life. Got a safe that's full of Franklins and a shoulder full of stripes. I say self-made, meaning I designed myself. County jail fades, you could pull my file yourself. Look, and damn right, I like the life I built. I'm from West Side 60, that might got killed. Standing so tall, they think I might got stilts. Legendary baller, like Mike, like Wilt. 59 Impala, thug life on wheels. Up against the walls, squabble at Fox Hills. Ask me how I feel, successful street, touching them first mills. All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice? Got to roll the dice. All my life, I've been grinding all my life.
How cool is that? Beautiful spoken word there, quoting Grinding All My Life by Nipsey Hussle. That car featured in one of his videos. So cool. There's just so much variety, guys, of the cars that we're going to see at Mecum Monterey, that one being one of them. But so cool to see a 59 Impala hopping around LA, all those cool murals featuring Nipsey. And, of course, we saw the Mamba in there as well. Just Kobe and those guys are just the amount of murals that exist in LA with those two on them, just paying beautiful homage. But guys, that's going to be a cool car, but it's all about variety, guys.
Well, there's no question about it. And really, Rutledge, completely the polar opposite of what we're seeing here in Harrisburg this week. Lots of muscle cars. 3 weeks from now, Monterey, it's going to flip the tables in a big way. 1968 Mustang here on the block, Bill Stevens.
It's a muscle car here. This is an S-Code Mustang, 390, 325 horse, V8 with a top loader 4-speed. Got kind of a long-legged gear in the back, the 3.00 gear in the rear axle, so that's not really set up for drag racing. But that's got some serious mid-range, I will tell you. How about this? Original 8-track tape players in there, too.
Oh.
Yep. Another option, a tilt-away steering column, but it looks very original.
Bill, this car has a really cool treatment on the rear taillights, kind of that blacked out garnish there. What was that kind of style like in the Mustang era when these are rolling out?
That isn't something that I've seen a lot of, Rutledge, actually. That's kind of a clever little way to give the car some personality. Kind of speaks to the side stripes there on the wheels, flanks of the car.
Tying them all in together was just kind of cool, something to make it look a little bit different there.
Yeah, I think so.
A little nastier.
Yep.
It's funny. I think when you have a color like that isn't normally something that just jumps off the page, when you add those other colors to accent it like that, it gives it a kind of different vibe, a little more toughness, if you will.
Yeah, really.
Brought the money, too, $42,000.
Oh, yeah.
Not bad at all.
People know what that car's all about.
No question. Hey, here is Rutledge's 79 Malibu custom wagon with a 4-speed, man. Woo!
Yeah. Once again, not a vehicle that is a pretty common subject for customization. There you see the 350 with a 4-speed, as you joyfully pointed out, Rut, and I'm with you, buddy boy.
It would just it would change the whole vibe of this car. Am I right?
It does, and you can say that about a lot of cars that don't really have that kind of like that performance vibe going until you see that coming up out of the transmission hump, and then it's a whole new story.
Yeah, you do a double take.
Yep. Cream white outside. You see the aftermarket wheels, blue interior. Upgraded the suspension. I'm thinking maybe some heavy-duty shocks underneath there.
Is that a functional hood scoop, or do we know?
It is not functional.
It is not.
But if the function is style, then yes. They nailed it.
The 4-speed is functional, so
correct.
We can be happy about that.
Absolutely. All right, $7,000 not going to be enough on that wagon. 1978 Dodge D150 Adventurer rolling our way right now.
And again, this is one of those vehicles where that patina and that originality is really the big story. Unrestored, and get this, 3,000 of them came from Dodge with the factory-equipped Mitsubishi 6DR5 4-liter inline-6 diesel engine.
There it is.
With a 4-speed manual transmission. Boy, we are getting some really out-of-the-box kind of vehicles here so far.
Right. Love it.
You know? 78 Dodge D150 with that diesel engine.
When's the last time we've had one? I don't know if we've ever had one.
I doubt if we have. Sharing the spotlight with that Ghia 1500 GT.
It's funny, Dan pointed out it's a greenie. He said it's a diesel. I went, no, it can't. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Wow. Like you say, you just don't see them. But with that plaid interior, striking.
That looks like came out of your wardrobe there, Rutledge.
The camper wardrobe special.
Yeah.
Well, the high bid at $12,000 for that pickup truck. Here's an anniversary Camaro, 35th anniversary to be exact, from 2002 Camaro SS.
5.7 liter LS1, 325 horsepower. This one with a 6-speed manual, and they say only about 609 of these came through with the SLP package in a 6-speed manual. That gives it some rarity and some extra bite too. There you see the engine. Yeah, and clean too. Wow. Got a heavy-duty audio system in there, a monsoon system. Power windows, locks, mirrors, and seat. Tilt column, cruise, AC. Put some low-restriction exhaust pipes on the car. So once again, the Chevy Camaro, the late lamented Chevy Camaro, was still giving you a pretty impressive level of performance heading into the 2000s.
And guys selling at 18 grand, to me, that's a deal. You kind of get the best of that generation, right? With the LS, with the manual transmission. Looks great, was obviously loved. It's going to continue to be. It looks like for 18 grand, what a deal.
Yep, and thanks for putting the top down there, Mr. Consigner.
Yes, indeed.
Give us the full package.
Well, let's dial the calendar back almost 100 years to 1930 for this little Chevrolet coupe.
Yeah, boy, Chevrolet was doing its best to take a bite out of Henry Ford. Remember, the Model A in 1930 was the pace setter for Ford, and Chevy was going to sit on the sidelines. They came in with an inline 6-cylinder engine, while that Model A was toting around that 4-cylinder. They didn't get their V8 until 1932. This one was, of course, a 3-speed manual. And even before I can finish telling you all about the car, it's going to a new owner.
$6,000 is your hammer price. So we'll move ahead to the final year of the first generation of Mustang, 1973. We've talked about that many times. Little 73 Mustang convertible here with a 302.
Pretty car, like that color combination, the black with the black interior and the black top. Kind of puts a cap on that blue metallic paint with the silver. V8 powered, 302. Not a lot of horsepower there, hovering around a couple hundred. Automatic transmission, power steering and front discs. And it shouldn't take too long to sell this Mustang. Because this is the kind of car that you could buy and use. You can drive this car.
And boy, does that blue really pop under the lights here.
Yeah, it does.
It's funny, ever since we saw that 6-cylinder stripped down green model that I called the Senior Guacamole last year, I got a totally different feeling to these cars.
Dan Schumacher collection,
That's
I think,
right.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, that is a beauty, no question about it, and it just brought 22 grand. Here comes a old 98 convertible from 1960 for us.
Well, back around 1958, 59, and 60, bigger was definitely better in Detroit. We go back and take a look at all of the General Motors offerings during that time period, and they were gigantic. Like this Olds 98. It's got that ever-present 394 cubic inch rocket V8. This one's gone through a complete frame-off, nut and bolt restoration, and it does indeed look factory original everywhere. The 98, that was the premium trim level. All the chrome has been removed and I would say polished, if not replaced and reused again. It looks great. Full-size wheel covers and white wall tile. Look at that interior. Look at that. Look at the instrument panel. If that's not straight out of the Millennium Falcon, I don't know what is. What a great look back in 1960 when General Motors literally was the alpha dog in Detroit. Their divisions were just absolutely smothering Ford and Chrysler when it came to sales. You know, the GM Motoramas were still being held, and people couldn't get enough of it.
I tell you what, that chrome and fin era, kind of at the end of the road by now, 1960, but that still has plenty of bling on it in my book, you know?
Yeah, by 61 and 62, cooler heads were beginning to prevail.
Yep. Well, that one sold for $44,000. Right now, let's send you over to the 303 staging lane once again with Chris Jacobs.
Oh, yeah, Scott. So much cool stuff out here in the staging lanes, and I found another great one, a Survivor, something original. This is the 1959 Plymouth Sport Fury. In 1959, Plymouth introduced Sport Fury as its top model for 1959, replacing the Belvedere. And as I said, this one is unrestored and looking so cool, showing all of its history. Under the hood is the small block 318, backed up by a push-button trans. And what's distinctive about the 59s versus the 58s are these much taller fins here, and of course that forward look that Chrysler Corporation was so famous for in the late 50s. And as I open the passenger door here, you really get a sense of the history of this car and the unrestored nature of it. Look at the patina happening on the inside of the driver's door over there. Just so cool to see it in this condition, ripe for a restoration, or leave it as is and just drive it. And as soon as you start making Christine references, oh, that was a 58. This one again is a 59. Stick around if you want to see it go across the block in just a little bit.
Oh, man, great crowd here, especially coming up on the lunch hour Thursday. Glad to have you with us on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, and this right out of the wish list of our friend Steve Matchett, who we'll be seeing in a few weeks at Monterey. 1943 Ford GPW Jeep.
Well, when it comes to these vintage Jeeps from the World War II era, ask Steve anything. He restores them, researches them. I believe he was for a while there, he was out on the road giving dissertations on these vehicles as well. So he's a real scholar when it comes to these. Let's see where we go with the bidding on these. They're not particularly valuable, except sentimentally, especially for veterans and guys, you know, that served in the military, because these were the vehicles that helped win World War II, no doubt about it. So 1943, so this came out as we were right in the bite of World War II, began in 41. 134 cubic engine line, 4, and there's probably 12 parts in that engine. I mean, it is built, really, so that out in the field, if you have an issue with it, you can get to it and replace what needs replacing. 3-speed manual transmission with a dual range transfer case to get it into 4-wheel drive.
And still affordable, $19,500. That's going to make a nice addition to somebody's collection. Beautiful.
And they're still head turners when you show up with one.
No doubt.
People flock to them.
No doubt. Stories and questions and more stories. That's what it's all about.
Right.
Here's a 79 C10. Boy, this has got the late 70s look, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah, there you see the engine. It's a 350, as you may have guessed, automatic transmission. It's a step-side truck. So you see it's got the separate fenders from the pickup bed. And, I don't know what you call that paint motif. Would that be the Barbie and Ken kind of pink and blue combination?
I'm trying
struggling here.
I'm trying to come up with something else.
It's different.
It is.
And with the white wheels, yeah, it's an eye catcher and not expensive. Reserves off, and we're at 14. And there you go.
It's almost kind of like a cotton candy blend of stuff.
That's a good one.
I don't know. All right, it sells for $14,000. Happy once again to be partnering with National Parts Depot again this year, as that company celebrates its 50th year in business. And right now, time to get our NPD preview for today from Chris Jacobs.
Yeah, Scott, and a beautiful one it is. 1966 Chevelle SS. You're getting a look at the 396 turbojet under the hood. They're making 350 horsepower. The badging done beautifully in Bolero red over black. Holley 4-barrel carburetor, 3-speed auto transmission, dual exhaust, power steering, power brakes. It's got the rally wheels on there, just period perfect. Bucket seats, center console, factory air. Oh, just such a beautiful car and classic all the way. I am very particular to the 67 Camaros. Just so good to see it out here. Factory air under there as well. And you know what? If you've got a Chevelle that you're looking to restore, there is one place you need to go, and that is National Parts Depot. Oh, wow, I just rhymed there. For more on this, I will turn it over to my good friend Bill Stevens.
Little Nipsey Hussle going on there. Thanks, Chris. You know, I always like to give a big shout out to Rick Schmidt, the COO of NPD, and of course Colin Date, who we see at some of our auctions, is marketing guy. Boy, they are car guys through and through, and you could expect to find whatever you need in the NPD catalog like that one right there.
Yep, that's the website, nationalpartsdepot.com. Rick's dad formed the company in 1976, and they are still 100% family owned. That is very cool. Glad to have him partnering with us. Here's an Escalade EXT from 2006.
Well, now speaking of rappers, this was kind of like the kind of car that you would see down in South Beach when the rappers are all getting together. This is the big EXT trim level of the Escalade, 6-liter V8 over 400 horsepower, automatic transmission, all-wheel drive. It's got leather, and you know, these Escalades come through with so much standard equipment. Sometimes it's hard to delineate between what's extra and what came on them, and this could be a good example of that. It's got the rear seat TV as well, and those chrome 20-inch wheels. That is highfalutin when you're going down the boulevard. 20-year-old truck, but boy, fool me.
You know, you're used to seeing those in this color, kind of a champagne-y white or black. But other than that, I haven't seen many more colors than those two.
You're right, and this is the pearl.
And they're still out there, yeah.
Yeah, the white pearl.
8,500 is the bid.
Now 95. 95. Reserves off. 9,500. Bill, 95. Last time we're going to ask you for 9,500. 9,095. So 9,000.
All right, Trent Morbeck hammers it. Sold for $9,000.
That's basically a Chevy Avalanche that rubbed the bottle that the genie is in and said, if I could have anything, I would want to have all these extras and that styling and those wheels and all of those features and things, and bada boom,
poof, your wish is granted.
Here it is.
There you go. Well, I'll tell you what, my buddy back home in Indy, Tony the Golf Pro, would be all over this one. A 78 Lincoln Continental Town Coupe. We've talked many times about his love for these cars, these big, stately cars, man.
Yep.
I know Tony the Golf Pro. I can picture him in this Lincoln.
Not quite, but
I know. But, when you say Tony the Golf Pro, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
The Sopranos and Goodfellas and all that. Hey, well, I've been gabbing here. You've been getting a good look at this Lincoln Continental, the Town Coupe, with a big 460 cubic inch big block automatic transmission and class and styling and bearing and curb presence and all those things that Lincoln has always been about. But back in the 1970s, it was a size war with General Motors and Chrysler, as the Hoke could basically build the biggest, most luxurious car. And this car, we take a look at it, that's enough car to put another 2 doors on it. That could be a 4-door car. But it's not 2 doors, and man, everything in it. Twin comfort lounge seats, 6-way power adjustments, and passenger recline. Power steering and brakes, of course. Got everything loaded.
If you took a Prius and said, I want to do everything opposite of it, this is the car that you would come out with.
Sometimes I wish you wouldn't pay attention. Oh, boy.
$8,500 bid. You know, the one thing,
we got to make TV. It's got to go till 5
nowadays, if you come up to one of these cars and you think, wow, that looks really cool. I'd love to have a car like that, especially for 10 grand.
Yeah.
And then you think, oh, wait, after you buy it, how big is my garage? It's not going to fit.
Yeah, you're right.
Most folks would have a tough time fitting that in the garage.
You're right. Especially people that like buy condos and things like that. They get a 1-car garage.
Yep.
You better measure it.
Measure twice.
Yeah.
Buy once.
Right. Yeah, good. That's good. All right, let's move on after we get a look at that car. An Olds 98 convertible now from 1960.
Second one we've had in the last 10 minutes. It's got the 394 rocket, the automatic, pretty much equipped the same way the earlier one was equipped. And these cars, this is a convertible. We'd love to see the top down, but you get a good shot of the interior right there. And again, you've got that dashboard, all that chrome and all the switch gear. It looks like the Madame LaRue pinball machine in there. That's the way they did it at General Motors back during that time period. It was all about the Harley Earl window dressing. Get that chrome on that car. Of course, Harley was gone by 1959, but I'll tell you, his influence, it lasted for a while.
Billy, you mentioned that it would have been really nice to have this top down because that interior is a very cool color. It's kind of like a muted gray.
Yes.
It's not black. It might have looked black on cameras that came across, but no. It's gray, and it shows up very well.
Very cool. Yeah. Very cool.
Hey, look at this. Bringing the money. We've hit 60 grand.
Yep.
The reserve is off.
Yeah, this is not commonly where these cars trade at, believe me, but you're not going to find one that's been restored to this level very often either.
You mentioned this was the second one that we've had. The other one that was red with a white top, that one sold for $44,000 a little while ago. So right now, these 260 Olds 98s are running 1-2.
Yeah, total value of the deal almost $100,000.
A little bit, yeah, exactly, a little bit more than that. 62 buys that one. Beauty. This is pretty cool, and I know, Chris, you're all over this one, as am I. A 1967 Dodge Dart GTS.
Oh, yeah, this is not grandmother's Dart here. This is one for the streets, and if you pull up next to it, you better check that fender and see that GTS in the 383, backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. What I love most about this build is the color-matched wheels and the poverty caps on there. Just looks so good on this Dart, Bill.
Oh, it's a sleeper, no doubt about it. These cars could rip. That 383, remember, that engine the following year went into the first Roadrunner. This one rated at 280 horsepower, and that's underrated. It made more than that. This is a 4-speed car. Once again, rear end, the short grip differential. The gear isn't that stiff. 323, not really set up for street racing, but you know, you put a 411 or a 456 or something in there, and now we are talking.
And you know what? It's going to take a little bit more than $50,000 to get that deal done on a Dart GTS. Got to get a break in. Back with more from Harrisburg coming up.
And this era of car has character.
Whether it's custom or keeping it stock.
And there's something pure and honest about these cars.
Proud to be a part of, because it's a part of American history.
New car, if you've opened the hood, you can barely change the oil.
It's a lot easier working on these classic cars.
Build it the way you want it.
I like the style, I like the big hood.
That's the reason I like to drive these old cars, because it kind of takes me back.
Well, if we're going to talk about cars from the 40s and the 50s, you can't leave out the Woody wagon.
Oh, that is absolutely a true statement. And we will present the cars from the 40s and 50s. It actually premieres this coming Saturday night at 8 o'clock Eastern on Mecum TV, a couple of hours after we're finished here in Harrisburg. So make sure you tune in for that. Well, how about this? Just on cue. Speaking of the 50s, 1957 Ford Thunderbird convertible, arguably the most popular year for the Thunderbird all time, I would say.
Yeah, that's what most people remember when they think of early Thunderbirds, the 57. And this one just sold. I would say that is really well bought.
Wow.
$13,500 for that car that looks like $1 million.
I would agree with you. How about this, Bill? Before we came on the air today, you and I were talking about how many different cars over the course of history carried the name Daytona.
And I didn't know we were going to have one today.
I didn't either. Look at this.
There have been a list of cars over the years with the Daytona model name, going back to this car, which was the first, the Studebaker Daytona convertible. In fact, they eventually dropped the Lark nomenclature prior to this to make it just the Studebaker Daytona in 1964. This is from the John Ernst Studebaker collection, one of 703 Daytona convertibles that were built. It's got the Studebaker built 289 V8 in it with an automatic transmission. And other Daytonas, of course, the Ferrari Daytona, not the official name.
Sure.
How many times has Mopar used it, going back to 69, and then again in the newer generation? You had the Daytona pickup truck that Dodge made.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
and I think you totaled with something like 8.
So, around 8, if you count each of those Mopar Daytonas separately through the different generations. Yeah, the front-wheel drive Daytona in the late 1980s, the little hatchback, the Shelby Daytona Z, or Shelby Z they called it. Yeah, that name bounced around.
Thank you very much. Got about 7,000.
And talk about the history of the brand. Studebaker was founded in South Bend, Indiana in 1852
by the
as
brothers.
A carriage company.
Yeah, the brothers, right. Yep. I think there were 7 brothers, actually. They had more brothers than cars back then.
Yeah, Grumpy. Never mind.
Yeah, Snooky.
Heppo, Harpo.
Yeah.
Here is a 57 Chevy 210.
By the way, did we sell that Studebaker? Do we know?
Yes, for $7,000.
Oh, good for them. Look at the paint on that.
Oh my gosh, I was going to say, you just can't take your eyes off it.
Oh man, burning your irises right out. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the hardware. 400 small block in it. It's got electronic ignition and long tube headers, Flowmaster exhaust, and a Muncie 4-speed manual with 373 gears.
And it is a 210, despite the fact that it's got the Bel Air side trim.
Yeah, popular upgrade. Looks perfect with that blue paint.
Yep.
Wow.
So, Bill, question for you about the 210 in particular. I thought that they all had the B-pillar. Yeah, so the post was obviously removed when they upgraded this to the Bel Air trim.
Sure, exactly. Would have made a lot of sense to do it then.
Well, the high bid here at $33,000. Frank Mecum and his team are on the case. I think they just didn't evoke the Mecum rule here.
Give 35. So 35.
Well, there it is, 35,000, and that Chevy sells.
T77.
That's how the Mecum rule works.
Yes, a little bit of patience, and it will pay off.
Well, here is the Woody wagon that we showed you when we were talking about that show from the cars of the 40s and 50s. This from 1940 in Ford.
A couple of well-known shops were really responsible for what you see right here. Hayden's Woodworking out on the West Coast. They are responsible for that fabulous job of restoring the superstructure of that car. And the guys at Nick Alexander Restorations out on the West Coast restitched the inside of it. Beautifully done. It's got the bigger flathead, the 239 cubic inch flatty with a 3-speed manual. And not really much in the way of hot rodding. Upgraded the tires and put a little modern Firestone wide white wall set on there. Those are repops. Color matched wheels. But other than that, pretty original looking Woody.
At 59,000, you better give 9. I have 58, 9, 61.
It's got the surfboard on the roof delete, by the way.
62,000, you better give 1.
Yeah, how many of them do we see that have accessories up there?
Yeah, it's so popular to do that.
Come on, come on.
So, 62,000.
Well, how about that? $62,000. And it's going to a new collection. Love it. Great looking Woody wagon. All right, here is 95 Mustang SVT Cobra R, Bill.
Little screamer here. It's got the 300 horse, 5.8 liter V8 in it. That's the Windsor-built motor. 365 pound-feet of torque. Yep, that is a little bit of muscle underneath the hood, as you can take a look right there. Odometer reads 22 miles.
Well, that just blew my mind when they were reading that during the description of the car when it rolled up on the block. 22 miles. Again, file it under how do you resist?
Yep.
This is such a rare car and probably a blast to drive, but now 22 miles. What do you do now? Do you buy this car and then drive it?
Yeah,
that's a I don't know. That's a tweener decision right there.
Yeah, give that one some thought. Out of the SVT boys, John Coletti and the guys responsible for the Cobra R and a lot of very tasty engine upgrades. Got the high compression pistons in it, GT40 induction, and all bolted up to a 5-speed Tremec manual transmission.
Well, somebody's not going to have to make that decision yet because the bid goes on at $50,000. I don't know. As much as you would want to drive it,
right? Yeah.
You know, every mile,
yeah,
you may risk devaluing it. Who knows?
That's when you go see my brother-in-law.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, let's check out a '73 Bronco that has really been done well here.
Hey, Mr. Scorekeeper, how many Broncos do we have? Did you check on that?
You know what? I didn't, but I will.
Yeah,
I'll get back to you.
I got a feeling this won't be the only one. Yeah, 1973 is the year. Charcoal gray and black, the color palette. And it's got V8 power. Small block Ford crate engine with aluminum heads, 5-speed, M50D manual transmission. 3-inch body lift, 4-wheel power disc brakes. Got Dakota digital gauges inside with a tilt steering column. Not a big money build, but what the money bought was all good stuff.
Yeah, and they're going to work on this one for a little bit because it's selling at no reserve, and they're not quite at the build it for this price level. I'm going to try to squeeze this one a little bit more.
Yeah, this is approaching a 6-figure build for sure.
47, 48, 40, just get 50. Just get 50. Get $50,000. 48.
That'll be the number.
And maybe a little bit outside the kind of preferred years of the Broncos that have been causing the sector to skyrocket in the last 10 or 15 years. But still a very desirable year, 73.
Good point.
Sure.
Remember the Bronco debuted in 66. Those earlier vintage ones seem to be the ones
you want to try 49?
that attract the most attention. 73, they were winding the small one down. We saw the big boy Bronco come in a few years after this.
Well, this one brings $48,000, and I'm told there are 10 Broncos here in Harrisburg.
Yep.
By the way, the modern 2026 anniversary car Broncos, can't find them. They are going
60th
off
anniversary.
The Yep, they're leaving the showroom floors just about as quickly as they get there.
But I have a feeling they're not having much trouble selling any of those new Broncos. They seem to be hot items.
Here's a 91 Mazda Miata Special Edition.
Ooh, look at those. I love those Panasport or mini light wheels. 1.6 liter inline 4, one of 4,000 special editions that were built. 5-speed manual. And what would you like to say, Chris?
I would like to say that if this stays under about $17,000 to $20,000, we might have our most well-bought car of the day. With how many miles are on the odometer? Just over 22,000.
Yeah.
Special edition, one of 4,000. And you want a fun car on a road track?
Hey.
This is made for you.
When these cars debuted, everybody compared them to the small bore British sports cars, the feel, the handling, the response. But real quick, look at this car. What other car do you think of when you see that? That's my thought question. Another car?
I don't know. Tell me.
Lotus Elan?
Yeah. Yep.
That's what I'm seeing.
And did not sell, by the way. Bid goes on. Still available.
That's important.
Welcome back to Harrisburg, PA, the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex Expo Center, live here today on ESPN Plus. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth as we see this 2008 Hummer H2 SUT go cruising by us at low speed.
These have become a whole lot more affordable than they were when they were new, and this one has over 120,000 miles on it.
Whoa.
And 27,000 is not going to buy it.
It looks like it's got more like 27,000.
It really does.
Okay, that's the bid goes on number. And so we'll move on from that one to a no reserve 76 Avanti 2.
Yeah, the original Avanti, that debuted just about the same time as a split window coupe. So it kind of got lost in all of the hullabaloo for that new generation of Corvette. And several different companies have come along since then to try to revive the Avanti, and this is one of them. This is the Avanti 2 from 1976 from the John Ernst Studebaker collection, and the odometer reads just over 62,000 miles. 400 cube V8, which you might have seen just a moment ago, automatic transmission. And these cars fall into the highly affordable category. The Avanti name has a lot of provenance with it, but again, unless it's an original car, the whole appreciation for these sort of gets buried in the ozone. It's too bad, too, because these cars actually were pretty well built. And they did justice to the original cars.
We are selling them in Harrisburg.
Well, this one
Ain't that right, my
ends
man?
up hammering at $8,500. So that gentleman right there in the ball cap will take that one home.
Might be ripe for a pro streeting at that price. It'd be interesting to see a pro streeted Avanti too.
you would probably be hard-pressed to find another one.
Yep. If any.
Here is one of a slew of Mercedes-Benz we have in Harrisburg. Most of them are fairly late models, a few vintage ones. This one included from 1976.
Look at the presentation on this one. 1976. Let's see, help me out. That'd be 50 years old?
Yeah.
50 years old. Wow. And this is, this is the early vintage of these cars. And for those of you keeping score, Mercedes-Benz built a skillion-dy, billion-dy, million-dy, dillion-dy of these cars. And the bid goes on at $20,000.
Wow. But you talk about presence.
Oh, man.
100%. And if you love that emerald green kind of saddle color combination, who doesn't?
Yep.
My goodness.
And classic. Another one that just turns into a completely different car with the top off.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here's a 2012 Camaro Super Sport now.
With the supercharged 6.2-liter engine, the Magnuson Supercharger, with all of the correct ancillary modifications on this. So this was a build. Dyno tested, 615 rear wheel horsepower with a 6-speed manual. There is a lot of shut up in this Camaro. Wow.
Yeah, D-badged, blacked out street beast. This is just a great aesthetic, the way this one's set up. Beautiful stance.
Silver ice metallic. See the rear spoiler on there? I tell you, if you unleash that 6.2-liter V8, probably going to want a little downforce on the back end of it.
26,000. Anybody get 27?
Well, I think we're close on this too.
$27,000 for it.
With the 6.5?
26.5 is the bid.
26.5.
$27,000. Nick, it's your turn. Do you want to give 27?
You done? Okay.
I got 26.5.
Well, they're mulling it over there.
Yeah, they're within a few inches.
Yep. And there it is. It's Kirk Delzell getting that final number straightened away so that the reserve can come off.
Everybody get 27. Sells all the way now. Somebody get $27,000 for it. I have $26,500 bid. Anybody get 27? So,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good deal. I think she's happy.
Man, somebody just bought a supercharged Camaro with 615 rear wheel horsepower and a manual transmission for under 30 grand. That's going to make an ESPN top play.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll tune in tonight.
Yep.
No doubt about it. Hey, this next car is the one that Chris previewed at the very beginning of our show, not quite 90 minutes ago. It's that Porsche 928S from 1985. And as you mentioned, it's a legendary car.
Yeah, I mean, the story is very famous, developed in the early to mid-'70s as the replacement, inexplicably, for the 911. Ernst Furman, who was the brand manager at the time of Porsche, who is the man behind the 4-cam engine, thought that they had reached the developmental capacity of the 911. And, yeah, exactly. So they thought that this car was the answer. The Grand Touring front-engine V8 Porsche, certainly a departure from their flagship 911. And as you said, Scott, has become an icon in its own right.
Riddle me this, Chris Jacobs.
Congratulations.
Why is the market on these so low with such great history?
You know, I just don't know. That's a great question, Bill, and it seems to be coming up a little bit, but that one I thought would have gotten a lot more. You know, Porsche enthusiasts are always going to be rear-engine guys. You know, 924s, 928s, 944s just are always tamped down.
Yeah, I know the 5-speed cars will trade higher.
For sure, a little bit, but not to the levels that the 911s are trading at these days, especially the air-cooled.
It's almost like the other Porsches.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That one, $9,000, by the way, as we move to a 92 Corvette now.
Okay, let's sell ourselves. Let's see. That's $20,000. No, $18,000.
Is that what you're predicting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that many miles on this car. Okay, it reads 21,000. It's red, gray color combination. Of course, 5.7 liter V8, 92. That was the first year for that new generation LT1, 300 horse, darker top. Oh, please, come on. I would pay 18 grand for that Corvette. Are you kidding me? It's hardly any much. 21,000 miles on it. Where's Corvette Mike? Did you see Corvette Mike?
I did not see him. Is he here?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, 7,000. Well under the money.
Oh, that's nauseating.
Getting a lot of candidates for most well bought today.
You're not kidding.
That's certainly
No
on the
kidding.
list.
Wow.
All right, here we go with some Mopar muscle on the block now. 69 Roadrunner.
Currently equipped with a 440. Been dropped in there after it left the factory. Left the factory is a 383. Edelbrock intake. Big 4-barrel carburetor, aluminum radiator. Got an aftermarket 4-speed from New Process. And that Chrysler, that almost indestructible 8 3/4 inch rear end.
Yeah, Bill, you called it originally an H-code 383 high performance. Now sporting that 440 under there. Blue over blue.
I was going to say perfectly acceptable engine upgrade.
Why not?
No
Absolutely.
problem.
Well, get a 446 pack in a 69 Roadrunner, so you're not that far afield. And how about those polished to within an inch of their life American Racing torque thrust 2s?
Love them.
Whoa, man. I may put a set of those on my Jaguar XK8.
$38,000. Last call. Anybody else?
So, of course, was the one trim lower from the GTX that was kind of known as the gentleman's muscle car. That one came standard with the 440. You couldn't get the 383 in the GTX, so if you did want to pay a little bit less, the Roadrunner was the answer to that.
Hey, Chris, I had friends that had those GTXs. None of them were gentlemen.
Not
one.
Well, you were their friend. So.
Well, I tried to give them a little refinement, but didn't work.
37.
All right, the reserve's off on this Roadrunner.
38. So,
boy, what a cool car.
Yeah, it really is.
Congratulations.
And I'd call that market correct for a non-original engine in a Roadrunner.
There we go.
I would say that's about where it ought to be.
Not bad at all. And I think that gentleman that bought it's going to be excited to get that thing home. And we'll be back after a quick break here in Harrisburg. Stay with us. Jack Roush collection that's coming to Nashville. Brand new event for us. Coming up in September, Jack Roush, the legendary race team owner and mechanic and designer and builder and everything. 36 cars, including this one that's on display here. It's a 1969 Boss 429 that Jack restored and built the 460 cubic inch short block pro stock engine that now is between the fenders of this car. And basically that was taking an idea that was really good, and Jack said, what can I do to make it better?
Well, Jack Roush did a lot of drag racing. Gap and Roush, they ran a whole bunch of, believe it or not, pro stock Mavericks back in the day. So he's been around a drag strip once or twice.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's one of the cars that'll be in Nashville at the Nashville Super Speedway near the end of September. And we cannot wait for that event. 1991 Chevy Blazer up on the block now here, Bill.
Yeah, it looks bone stock to me. 350 V8, automatic, just recently restored. And nothing has been neglected on that restoration, as you can see. Seats have been reupholstered even, put new carpeting in there. AM/FM CD player, which would have been period correct. Yeah, nice job. Bringing the money. mid-20s, and probably will get closer to 30 before the hammer comes down, I think.
Matt Morvac has the bid at $27,000.
New man bid guy, you got to be 29.
Anybody else going to bite here? Somebody's
got
in
27.
for 1,000.
Yeah.
Well, 500.
28,000. You good? You sure? You happy somebody else bid?
He took all of it. Give 28,000. 27.5. 20 bid. 20 bid. You're sure down. I'm going to bid 20,000 bid.
On the Blazer, right? On the Blazer?
27.5. Laura's
On the Blue Blazer.
All right. Yeah, the Blue Blazer indeed. Everybody needs a Blue Blazer.
I get it.
Yeah, okay. Good.
I would say that's market correct, and maybe a little less. I think someone might have gotten a bargain there.
And we are good with that at 27.5. Here is the 75 Cosworth Vega.
Yeah, previewed this one, Scott, out in the tents. And, as I said in my preview, you're not buying performance here. This is your typical 1975 output, 110 horsepower out of that twin cam inline four. However, it's the rarity and the originality that you're buying in this particular car. Unrestored survivor and low mileage. And again, I said it in my preview. The consignor told me it's got this really cool option where it's got a vinyl curtain that attaches to the hatchback that you can actually camp out in this Chevy Vega.
These cars, John DeLorean's brainstorm when he was running things at Chevy, and he was very much a big fan of European motorsports, so he came up with the Grand Prix, the Monte Carlo. We know the story with his own car, the DeLorean. And that engine is a sophisticated Formula One inspired engine with dual overhead cams, aluminum heads, high compression. 110 horsepower is not a lot, but the standard Vega had 78. So we're moving a little bit up market, but you're right, Chris. A lot of creativity in one of those cars.
Yeah, developed with Cosworth Racing, hence the name Cosworth Vega. And rare car, cool car.
Yeah, they were going to build thousands and thousands, and they built 3,000. So.
And the high bid on it was $25,000. Here's a 1963 Galaxy. I see a 390 badge on the fender bill.
Yes, Cub reporter Hoke, you are correct. It's got a 390 in it.
Okay.
With an automatic transmission. Power steering. They converted the front brakes to discs. Brand new convertible top. An AM/FM radio. And you see the optional simulated wire wheel hubcaps with the white wall tires. And it's triple black. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, I'm surprised. The sun is shining today. All these convertibles are coming across the block with the tops up. I don't get it.
That's true.
Boy, they had some real severe weather come through here a couple of nights ago. I don't know if you saw that. Woo.
Yes. I was coming in on Tuesday, and we had to avoid it, taking evasive measures.
They got hit.
Well, $19,000 going to be the high bid on that car. Right now, let's pause for a second and check in with Rutledge, who is hanging out with some very special guests in the house.
I sure am, Scott. This amazing crew is all part of Winner's Circle. Let's start with Pius Kairi, who is the executive director. Tell people at home, what exactly is Winner's Circle?
Well, Winner's Circle Project is an organization of students building a racing program from the ground up in high school, in public high schools. We have 8 high schools that are competing against each other to see who built the best student-led organization. So this is only one part of it, which is the car build, but there's also the marketing and the visual communications, and these cars are put in a simulator where they're racing against each other throughout the year. And so it's a project that is all reality-based education.
This is amazing, guys. You're about to see 3 Cobras that all these students put together, and we got 2 of them here who've graduated. Now they've come back as a part of the program. Cody, you're on the sim side. What does that exactly mean?
Yeah, so not just because it's a simulator, they're not only driving the cars, they're actually setting them up for different tracks throughout the month. So from September to May, they're building these cars, they're racing them against different tracks, different conditions, rain, wet, whatever it have you. So those setups that they're creating all throughout the year get put into these cars. So in May, when they get driven at Lime Rock Park by professional drivers, they can feel as good as they can be.
This is unbelievable. And Hayden, you really help put it all together on the social side. Explain to folks, how does that work with the students?
And like Pi said, we have two sides to the social. We have the marketing and the visual communications, and that's about building the brand right there. It's not just about building the car, but the entire brand. You have to fundraise, social media posts, and that's how you get the entire project put together right there, is with the social media. You can check them all out, the names of the cars right there.
This is unbelievable, guys. This is like the coolest shop class that I never had. Talk about changing the future of the lives of all these youth. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Wait till y'all see these cars. They're coming up in just a second, Scott.
Oh, yes, indeed, Rutledge. Thank you all for that. And you're right, man. I got goosebumps. Rutledge is exactly right. Where was this when we were kids, right?
It's nice to see that resurgence. And by the way, how great were those kids on camera?
Bingo.
Those kids are ready.
I'm about to hand my headset over to him.
Yeah.
Anyway, before we get to those two cars that are coming up back-to-back here, it's an 83 Pontiac Grand Prix, now at $8,500.
Yeah, we mentioned John DeLorean. The Grand Prix was his baby, and of course, the GTO. Why do you think he called the GTO the GTO? Because that was a vibe from the Ferrari GTO, again, going back to that European connection that he had. This was a one-owner car until this year. Odometer reads over 37,000 miles, and less than 10,000 miles.
Dollars.
Give me a bitters paddle. Dollars. Give me a bitter paddle. The way these really well-presented cars are going for pocket money today.
Very true. Okay, here is the first of these Cobra replicas that we're seeing. 1965, Factory 5, but put together by the kids that we were just talking about, the Winner's Circle project, and it is fantastic. I hope you heard it roll up to the block.
Let me tell you, they have replicated probably the most renowned 427 competition Cobra that was ever built, CSX 3002. That was one of the original comp cars that Shelby built. Looked exactly like this, powertrain different, but that was the only 427 comp car that Shelby raced out of his own race shop, and they have knocked it out of the park. The Ken Miles inspired replica build. Ken Miles drove this car, the original Shelby car, and to see it done like this, so closely to the original, to me, is quite a feat indeed. 347 cubic inch stroker, 5-speed manual, and you see all of the other race car parts as well.
I know you've built a lot of cool cars, but can you imagine being in high school and this is what you churn out with your friends? It is in the day of school 2-period class that they can take and sign up and learn this. The paint, they have to figure out how and where to get the cars painted. So all of these teams go out and they create marketing plans. They figure out how are we going to approach a business. But when you see how differently each of these are built from each other, that'll blow your mind.
Oh, it really is. And I'm looking at this over here, and you're taking me back to my high school days. I had home ec. I was making Jell-O molds. And these kids are doing this.
Oh my goodness, look at that. $47,000 is the hammer for that car. And we're just getting started. The next one is also a Factory 5 replica from 1965. A little different flavor.
Yeah, but you know what? Same powertrain. They went with a stroker again, Rutledge.
Yep, that's right. I love seeing those intakes poking out there, the filters up front. But this one, totally different vibe. If you think just the wheels and tires alone, Mickey Thompson's on here with sort of a smoothie style. They've got side pipes coming out up top in the fender instead of down low. But it's the interior on this one that really jumped out to me. You'll notice when you get over here, beautifully done interior, but check out the shifter. I asked, was that hard for the race car driver to use? They said, no, if you think about it, you know, those shifters are so low on the other cars. A lot of times you're smashing knuckles on stuff when you go to shift. This one, even though it's a little higher, works perfectly in the car. Just the style alone. I think about Mr. Cumbie's class in high school. One kid cut the roof off of his truck, and we thought, this is the coolest shop class ever.
Yeah.
Then there's this.
Yep. Then there's this.
Yeah, and right, you pointed out my favorite feature on this thing. Those smoothies, you never see this on a Cobra.
Right.
And it looks so cool. What a great choice by these guys.
Did they have a name for those? Are those like gangster wheels, or there's some kind of a nickname on those?
Well, there's Mob Steel, which is from Detroit Steel. That's kind of that vibe. But, I mean, guys, look at that. Totally rethought so many different things that we know as like kind of the word, the gospel, if you will, about these cars.
Yeah.
How brilliant.
You know, check out the tall shifter. Did you see that?
I was going to say, that goes back to Ed Big Daddy Roth and the old Rat Fink cartoon. Shifter coming out of the roof.
Right. All right. $39,000. You know, the best part is we see the next one coming up, the third of 3 of these Winners Circle Project cars. The best part about it is, and we've kind of danced around it, but it's getting the young kids excited about cars. That's the key.
Yeah, and it takes sometimes the older cars to light their fire.
Agree.
Yeah, you know, you're absolutely right, Scott. So much discussion in the industry and the collector car hobby today is who's going to take up the mantle. And it's so great to see projects like this. And as you said, getting the young guns enthused and involved to this level. And seeing this third car here too, yes, they're all based on the same car, but they're all so completely different. 3 amazing visions and executions in these 3 cars. I think I might like this one the best. This black to blue paint job with the gold wheels. Wow.
That's crazy.
The carbon fiber they used on the interior of this one, using that on the doors, there by the steering wheel, the whole dash, but also it's on bronze wheels. You see they faded the paint, got that black to blue. I mean, wow, even the carbon fiber wrap on those side pipes.
Yeah.
I just love that so many of these students got together, used what they wanted to build, but they rethought stuff that we kind of knew was this one way. It's incredible.
Yeah, I got to mention real quick, Factory 5 is right near where I live in Massachusetts, in Wareham. Dave Smith, the guy that runs that place, I'm sure he's taking a lot of satisfaction in seeing the kids use his replicas to build the cars they want.
No doubt about it.
And they're a huge partner of Winners Circle. It's such a special thing to think that Factory 5 would want to do that. But like y'all said, they really are changing the mindset of the youth. One of the things that they said that was so important, Pius talked about, they help almost in like a life coach way for a lot of these kids to develop what it is that they want to do rolling forward. A great organization. For people who want to find out more, you can go to winners-circle.org. What a cool thing for them to be here today.
And that one just sold for $39,000.
Yes, and a quick shout out. You see the logo there of John Jay. That's John Jay High School, along with FDR High School and Dover High School on the first one. Man, they are doing some amazing work, and we're very, very proud and pleased to have them bringing these cars here
I
to
agree.
the Mecum block.
Yes, sir.
Very cool. Hope you visit their website. All right, up next, 1965 Ford Falcon Futura.
Yes, sir. These were raced, believe it or not, these 65 Falcons. They were rallied quite successfully, as a matter of fact. The Sprint, I think, would have been the top trim level with the bigger 289. It's got the C-code 289 in it. You get the bigger one with the 4-barrel. And I believe you get the 271 horse 289 in these Falcons as well. This one with an automatic transmission. The Cruise-O-Matic 4-speed automatic. A lot of new parts and pieces on the build. And Rangoon Red, another color that found its way on a bunch of Ford products back in the mid-60s. A tan interior. Style steel wheels. In the final year, the Falcon convertible, 1965.
Well, $18,000. That is the high bid for right now. I'll get a little stronger than that.
Yeah, I've got to get into the 20s, I'd say.
Here's the 1964 Galaxy 500.
Oh boy, let's make a list of all the different engines you could get in the 64 Ford Galaxy. You get a 6-cylinder. Let's see, that one right there is the 352. You get a 406. You get a 427. There's another one too. The smaller V8, the 289. So you have so many choices for power in these 64s. Automatic transmission and a very competently performed restoration, both outside and inside. Yeah, 260, I think you got two before it bumped up to the 289. And that 1 year only styling.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, $17,000, just bought it. And as we kick it to a break here real quickly, couple hours into our show, one more look at the excitement and the craftsmanship and the legacy that these guys are building. Well done. Some of the cars, the inventory we'll see a little bit later in the weekend here at Harrisburg. One of our favorite places to go, and we've talked for years about the car crazies here in this part of the country, man. I'm telling you, it never ceases to amaze us.
Hey, I'm from around here. You wouldn't believe how many people I know are here.
Yes.
Because this draws in New England, New York.
Absolutely,
everywhere.
Man. You know, we've said this before. As you see, look at an 03 SL 500. Harrisburg is within a day's drive of 70 or 75% of the population of the U.S.
Yeah,
think about that.
And I think they're all here.
They might be. 11.5 to be specific on this SL 500.
A six-figure car new, and look at that. Back into the Mecum Benz bargain bin.
Yep.
And another great-looking second-hand used Mercedes-Benz that looks factory new.
Okay, here's a 98 F-150 XLT.
Another truck, one of the 100 pickup trucks that you pointed out, Scott, that we have here in Harrisburg. It's a regular cab and the short bed and the 4.6-liter V8. The automatic transmission. Little orange rocker panel stripe there to break up the white. You see the interior with a cloth bench seat.
Yeah, I checked out that emblem on the rocker too, Bill, and I was like, wow, that is pure Mustang. I love the fact that they offer that in the same font for these XLTs. Very cool touch.
All right, 14,500. Getting in the camera's face a little bit with excitement there.
I like it.
I do too. Very nice. Oh, gotta tell you, my personal paint Hall of Fame right here. Numero uno, 54 Chevy 3100.
Oh, you won't get many arguments on that. And how about the power 383 stroker? You take your 350, you do a little cleanup bore, you put a 400 crankshaft in there, and you've got power abundanza. Automatic transmission. They've got a Mustang 2 front end in there. They got that subframe, which we always like to point out because, man, that makes customization so much easier if you're going for engine swaps, disc brakes, rack and pinion steering, things like that. It kind of almost comes in one unit. Side exhaust, too. Yeah, look at that, huh? Chrome tips, solid wood pickup bed in the back, AC, but no, you're right, Scott. Kona blue is what we call that. And it just dances. It goes from light blue to dark blue and everything in between as the light bounces off of it.
Yeah, you don't often have the TV cameras doing justice to the paint job, but it certainly does on this one. Beautiful. Yeah. And what a stance, too. Just perfect.
Yeah, low to the ground.
It also has a hidden hitch receiver right behind that license plate. I think it might be a flip down, so you could also use it to have a little fun.
I would never put a trailer behind that.
Well, you could put a nice smoker trailer, you know, maybe taking it to a party, a little tailgate machine. I don't mean like let's take a boat to the river kind of a trailer.
All right, I'm glad you cleared that up.
I should have led better. You're right. You're right.
Okay, I'm good.
It's ready for good times is what I should have said. Yeah. Fun times, if you will.
Bike rack?
Maybe a bike rack.
Shameless promotion 101 there, Alex.
Hey, you know what? We've had Vipers come through with trailer hitches. You know that? So
that's true.
What am I to say?
My favorite trailer hitch story, not kidding. Bloomington Gold a number of years ago. A couple that had a 63 split window coupe with over 500,000 miles on
I know
it.
that car.
You know the car?
Oh, yeah.
Right. Very, very well known. As you see, this truck sold for $57,000. That was their daily driver. They pulled their camper trailer behind it for years and years.
Yep.
And they were the original owners. No kidding. Great story.
Black car, black convertible, I want to say.
Yep.
My favorite trailer hitch, the Black Ghost.
Ah, well, okay. Good call. Here is a 69 Chevelle that is up for auction, and what a beauty it is. Let's start in the power department, Bill.
Yeah, with an engine that Chevy never put in the Chevelle. That's a 454. And that's the 4-bolt main bearing roller engine in there. Big power, hooker headers, keeping it cool with an aluminum radiator. Let's go inside here. See the aftermarket shifter.
And check out those seats. If you got a sight of those when the camera was inside, they're racing seats, but they're stock appearing. I really like that balance between the two. They don't jump out at you when you look in the interior.
Yeah, one of a bunch of modifications made to the Chevelle. There's been some money sunk into this build. 700 R4, overdrive, automatic transmission, 12-bolt positive traction rear end with 380 gears. Now, I got to quickly say on those 12-bolt rear ends, we see them a lot, mostly on the Camaros, the Chevelles with the big engines, the high-performance setups. And people say, oh, that's a 12-bolt rear end. It's got 12 bolts on the cover there. No, that's not why it's a 12-bolt. 12 bolts hold the ring gear to the differential. That's what a 12-bolt rear end is. Had to clear that up.
Thank you. We appreciate that. 47,000 as you saw before the numbers went away. We're going to go away for a quick break, but more still to come. The erstwhile holy grail of the rich and famous, and still desirable today. This one, a 1933 Duesenberg Model J. It's super rare with the Walter Murphy disappearing convertible coupe coachwork. Thought to be one of the final Murphy-equipped J models before Murphy shut down in 1932, and that Duesenberg is going to be in Monterey in 3 weeks, Bill.
Every time you hear Model J, just remember, Eric Loban Cord, yes, that Cord, bought Duesenberg, and the first thing he said to the Duesenberg brothers, build me the biggest, most powerful, most expensive car in the world, and hence the Model J came along.
Exactly. It's appropriate, too, that car is going to Monterey because it's made 5 appearances at Pebble Beach between 1970 and 1985.
Wow, it's a home game, huh?
It really is, yes. It really is. All right, back to the task at hand here in Harrisburg as we get just past the top of the hour here. 1 o'clock here on in the Eastern time zone, couple hours in. We're here until 5 Eastern, by the way. 67 Chevy pickup just sold for $22,500.
Yeah, you know what? Simple but effective. You know, very simple paint, simple powertrain, a small block Chevy with an automatic. And that's all you need to know to see why it sold for $22,500.
Next on the block, a 1965 AMC product. This is the not often seen Marlin.
Oh, boy. What a tumultuous period for AMC during the 1960s. Oh, they were really trying to keep pace with the big three, but they really couldn't. They just didn't have the money. You know, they had the people changing hands. Romney, you know, George Romney was the head of that company for a while, and he gave way to a couple of 3 other people before AMC obviously shut down. This has got the 327 in it. That is the AMC 327 Borg Warner 3-speed automatic. Power steering, power disc brakes, 2-tone silver and red. That was quite the shocking kind of a paint job on an AMC. Why, it was earth-shattering to see an AMC car. And of course, that roof line, if that isn't vibing what the Dodge Charger came up with in 1966, I don't know what does. But these cars, again, they really haven't hit their stride on the collector market. But, you know, they're a historical bookmark for the AMC in the 1960s.
And I tell you, what a restoration on that car. My goodness.
Yep, well done.
The bid was, the reserve was not met, so the high bid at $22,000. And next up, Studebaker, second one we've seen today. This is a Hoke GT from 1964.
Studebaker, AMC. What do they have in common? Their efforts to keep up with the big three, with what they had to work with. And the Hoke GT, that was their performance trim level, 289, about 240 horsepower. This one in highly original condition. You see how there's some patina on the roof there. Paint's faded just a little bit. I see some distress in the hood. So yeah, that's an original car.
Yep.
Nobody's trying to fool anyone. Built on the last day of production in this country. That was December 20th, 1963.
And it just brought $2,000.
Two? Really?
Two. Yeah. That's a restoration project for somebody.
Hey, you're getting in for such a short amount of money. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, 1950 Cadillac Series 61 up next.
Yep, 61. That preceded the Series 62. And this one with that 331 cubic inch, 160 horsepower V8 engine. Why am I emphasizing that? Because 1949 and 1950, the General Motors powertrains took a big step up with those overhead valve engines. You know, a lot of the General Motors offerings before this hadn't gone to that configuration, and in 1949, 1950, here they came. This with a hydromatic transmission, and this one comes short of the reserve as well.
Indeed it does, and you mentioned the predecessor to the Series 62. Well, how about we show you a Series 62?
Oh, this whole thing is so cleverly constructed.
Isn't it?
We can take no credit for it. That's the problem.
Yeah, people would find it hard to believe this is our first day.
Oh, Series 62, a venerable trim level on the Cadillac. Boy, that went for what, 14, 15 years? This has got the 390 in there. That was the upgrade from the 365 V8 that preceded it. Automatic transmission, of course. And no expense spared on the restoration here. Gold on the outside, tan interior. And this is a sedan. It's a four-door, not a coupe. They've inspected this car through and through, making sure the fluids are up, things have been tuned up, ready for the road. Standard of the world is what they call the Cadillac for so many years.
Just such crisp lines.
Yes.
That really, to your point, they really are timeless. It's just
good point. Good point, because you remember the 1960 Cadillac was like a derivative of the 59 Cadillac with those big fins, and as you can see in 61, very angular. Not the smooth slab sides, but a whole revolution of new styling came into Cadillac in 61.
This one sold for $50,000. The Series 62 goes all the way back to 1940. Skipped a few years, likely during the war, and then 64. Yeah, 64 was the end.
Yep.
Longer than you would think.
Longer than you would think.
All right, here's a 67 Chevy K10.
Wow, this is clean. This is sanitary. Ooh. That's the original colors, light blue, code 507, 350. Just a mild cam upgrade in there, a 3-speed manual transmission, and an Edelbrock carburetor. Interior, as it came from the factory. 4-inch lift, and spray-in bed liner. Boy, you know what? You don't have to overthink a truck like that if you really want to have it look this good.
And now the reserve is off. The question I would ask a lot of younger people is, could you drive this with the 3 on the tree? Because until you have one of those, it's really hard to understand. Okay, so first is down here, and then we're going to push up but out for second.
Right.
Down for, like, what a treat, man.
And how do I put it in reverse, they ask.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to brag, but when I had 3 on the tree when I was a kid, I could put my arm around my girlfriend, and I could shift the 3 on the tree with my left hand.
That's impressive.
I know.
That's almost hands-free shifting. It's close as you can get.
I missed those days.
$40,000 bought that sweet pickup truck. Hey, here's your Eddie Bauer edition Bronco from 1986.
Oh, this
you
is
want to go all out.
Oh dear, this is a very manly looking truck. Yo, Eddie Bauer. Yep, famous outdoorsman. This one with the black and silver on the outside, red on the inside. Small block power, 302 with electronic fuel injection. We already got a look at that. Here's your interior, and it's got the velour bucket seats, center console, and nobody diddled with that. That's as it came from the showroom. But $19,000, I'd say you're maybe $5,000 to $10,000 short, because that truck is ready with all of the equipment anybody would order back in 1986.
All right. 1973 C3 Corvette. That's what we're looking at here.
Yes, we are. Mille Miglia red with a red interior. And this has the 454. This is the penultimate year. Ooh, look at that, all dressed up too. Open element air cleaner, chrome valve covers. Of course, it's got the ignition shielding there. Yeah, wow, this one's pretty. 454, 270 horsepower. Tilt steering column, power windows, air conditioning. Again, in this generation of the Corvette, as you get toward the end of the middle of the C3 generation, remember it debuted in 1968 and ended in 1982. This is when a lot of things that were previously optional became standard. And this is an example of that.
All right, reserve off, Hammer, $34,000.
Good money.
Great car.
Oh, yeah.
Here is a 1971 Pontiac Catalina.
Emerald green, pretty, 350. That would not be a Chevy 350 in there. Turbo hydromatic, 350, automatic with a 10-bolt rear end. Power steering, front disc brakes, an option. And once again, a car that is very low in mileage, just over 8,000 on the odometer.
You know, and another one that is big enough that you could put a couple of extra doors on it.
Yeah.
Like that town car, the Continental, or whatever it was that we had a while ago.
Sure, look how wide those passenger doors are.
Yes. A little bit of work to do, but not going to scare you away at $6,000. Again, another terrific car for a project.
Someone's going to buy that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Beautiful. Okay, next on the block, 1967 Chevelle Super Sport.
This was our NPD feature car. 396, 350 horse. That was the tweener. You get the 325 horse or the L78 with 375. Poly carburation. This one with an automatic. Bucket seats, center console car with factory air conditioning. AM/FM radio and an aftermarket CD player. That's the one-year only body style. People will argue, well, no, it's really the same as a 66. Au contraire. I made some changes in 67 of these cars. Bolero red, black interior, race white leather tires, aftermarket tires, and rally wheels, which debuted in 1967. Into the 50s.
I got 53.
I have 55 in it, Frank. I know that's...
Ain't the worst thing that's ever happened to you. You want that 50? You want in that 51?
53, 54.
There we go. Frank bringing a little humor into the situation there.
Yes, he does.
And everybody's happy.
Yeah, the automatic might be pulling this down just a little bit, I think. This vintage of the 396 Chevelles.
Sure.
Obviously,
yeah,
you know.
Not going to scoff at it, though, at $53,000.
No.
Still a fantastic car. We're going to take a break here. More still to come from Harrisburg, PA.
Welcome back, everybody, to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania for our continued coverage of the Mecum auctions. And hanging out at probably my favorite spot, the Dodge booth. And looky what we have here. The first year of the Challenger, 1970. This one is a convertible. Of course, getting a look at the 318 under the hood. Enough power for top-down cruising. This one done in FE5 bright red over white. It's got the red carpet kit, red console, red steering column. What a cool combination. White top, of course, but not going to see that most of the time because that top is going to be down. 15-inch rally wheels wrapped up with Goodyear polyglass tires. Love the look of this car. This one's going to be going across the block on Saturday, and we're all going to be looking out for it, Scott.
Oh, yes, we are, Chris Jacobs. That is a dandy. Well chosen there, my friend. All right, let's bring you back to what's happening in front of us here, Bill, with 1969 Nova. Reserve is off $40,000. Interesting looking car. Tell me about the power plant.
I'm glad we're in the farm show complex because that is an animal over there. It's a 350, but it has been gone through. Board 30 over. Z28 block and cylinder heads. The guys at Hyde Villa Machine Shop over in Hyde Park, Pennsylvania, did the engine work on this big Holly 750, and it's got a race-prepared turbo 350 and a 342 rear end and pause traction. That's a fooler. You know, you're going to get dope slapped if you fool around with that car.
$41,000 was the hammer on it. I don't know if you caught that two-tone blue on blue color scheme, but it was fantastic, complementing nicely the power plant. Here is that 66 Galaxy 500 7-liter that you were waxing poetically about at the top of the show.
Oh, I could even put another coat of wax on it. This is really a great example of those 7-liter Galaxies. 3 years, 66, 67, 68. You could get a 4-speed, but a lot of people opted for that C6 high-performance automatic like this one. 345 horsepower, as I mentioned at the top of the show. The Cobra Jet 428 debuted in 68 with 335 factory-rated horsepower. This was factory-rated at 345. Of course, you got a little bit more weight to haul around, but still, these were quick cars. They could get on up. Power-operated convertible top. And that great color. That is candy apple red, which popped up on so many other Ford products back in the day. And 29 won't buy it. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not surprised.
Here's a question. What possessed Ford to give it that 7-liter name? I mean, I get it, but...
Well, I see, because of that whole metric thing.
Yeah.
It might have been... When were we going to switch to metric? Do you remember that?
Oh, when I was a kid.
Road signs started to change, kilometers or whatever. They may have jumped on that. Also, remember what was happening with their Ford GT program about that time, and they had a big presence in Europe.
Yes.
The 7-liter Ford GTs. So maybe they wanted to catch on to that magic.
Okay. Yeah. Well, 1969 Corvette is our next vehicle to look at here, and look we will. How about this guy?
Rally wheels, redline tires, and side exhaust. We'll start there. There's a great-looking Corvette with that tuxedo black with a black interior. Engine, the L46, that's the 350-horse 350, and that was like the, let's say the, I want to say stepchild of the L79, the 327, 350-horse V8 that would have been preceding 1969. First year for the 350. 4-speed car, you may have seen that. T-tops, of course. Power accessories include the windows and steering.
So 29
and the brakes. And wow,
Up next from the
somebody
Chesto
just scored.
Classics
I would say that
selection,
is
Lot Team
well
23,
bought.
1968.
That's a beaut.
Oh, man. That black paint, that's flawless. I mean, it's very difficult to keep paint looking that good on a Corvette, especially black. Very unforgiving, but boy, that one is a textbook paint job.
Sub 30,000 for it. And we'll move to a 68 C10 next. Part of that Chevy legendary glamour era.
Yeah, and Chevy put 396s in their pickup trucks like this one. This one's been upgraded with a Holley Sniper fuel injection setup and the 700 R4 automatic transmission. And that led the way to the turbo hydromatics that came in right after the 700 R4. 17-inch rally wheels with center caps, of course. It's been lowered just a little bit, but not offensively so. They've moved the gas tank. Put a spray-in bed liner in there to finish the job.
On the block now showing Lot Team 124.
And another $29,000
yeah, sells
hammer.
as much as the Corvette did.
You do a double take there.
Yeah.
Here's one of the classic cars from the Mercedes-Benz lineup over the years. 560 SL from the late 80s here, 1988 specifically.
Well, we see these come through in all levels of condition. High mileage, low mileage, super low mileage. This one, about 90,000 miles showing on the odometer. It's a 5.6-liter V8 with a 4-speed automatic. Mercedes call this red, by the way, signal red, and that's got that hardtop you see. That's painted to match the rest of the car. Formal roofline, polished wheels. And we're at $11,000, and that is short of the target. We'll see how far we can keep going. Well presented tan interior. Not particularly fast cars, that wasn't the idea. These were cruisers, these were boulevard cars. And these would probably, in a lot of instances, be a second car for people. The weekend car.
13 pounds, 14 pounds, 14, 15.
Go to the vacation home in the chalet in the mountains.
Yes, exactly. Or the Hamptons.
Yeah, right.
15 pounds. Anybody else? Last call. 14, 15. Free service off.
Reserves off.
14 pounds another.
One step closer.
Hey, the reserves off. And it's still reasonable territory here.
Oh, my. Anybody that says, I can't go to an auction, I can't afford any of those cars. I'm telling you.
14.
You can afford many of the cars we're seeing today. And it's not because they're rust buckets. Some of these cars are very well presented and look almost brand new.
On the block right now. Look at this, 1965 Chevy Impala. I know what you're thinking.
I'm just grasping for breath. It's
There it
that
is.
Bill Stevens formula, big car, big engine, 454 Bigelbach in this 65 Chevrolet Impala. Chevy wouldn't give you one in 65, they'd give you the 427, that was it. Actually, not till 66, the 396 was in 65, but you get one of those with 425 horsepower. This was featured on the show Fanaworks, if you've ever seen this. That show, season 4, episode 4, entitled Night Prowler. Automatic transmission, by the way, that 454 has aluminum cylinder heads that'll save some weight with a 9-inch rear end.
Okay, look closely. That car looks black from here, doesn't it, Bill? Look at it. It's not black. That is about the darkest shade of dark blue you could ever see. It's darker than Daytona blue.
Oh, easily. Yeah, one step darker and you're black.
Yep. What a look, though.
Yeah.
Up next, now offering Lot Team
All right, thumbs up both ways there.
On the block,
Yes, sir.
2018.
1965 for $31,000.
Killer car.
All right, here's a 2018 Ram 2500 Power Wagon.
Yeah, let's go up a few weight classes here with this big Ram 2500 Power Wagon. 6.4 liter V8 with an automatic transmission and 4-wheel drive. And it's equipped like a car. Leather wrap steering wheel mounted controls, power windows and locks, bucket seats, keyless entry, and the Uconnect system with an 8.4-inch touchscreen.
Boy, this truck should have been on that Night Prowler episode, huh?
It's got the look. Yeah, this is Butch all the way, man. This is intimidating.
33 pounds and out of bed. High down 32, 33.
32 is the bid.
And this has a trailer hitch, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think so. It's appropriate.
Yeah.
It's appropriate. Running lights, steps to help you get up into the cab.
Yeah, big rubber
Very
on
nice. Yeah. It's sharp. And it brought the money too. Well, no, it did not. High bid at $32,000. We are back to Harrisburg after this quick break. Well, this is one of the most sought after, anticipated newcomers to the hypercar world, maybe of all time, Bill Stevens. It is the brand new 2026 Aston Martin Valhalla limited run mid-engine plug-in hybrid car. Tons of Formula One technology, more than 1,000 horsepower. That car is going to be at Mecum, Nashville. There will be 2 Valhallas at Monterey. And the last time we saw one was the first time in Indianapolis, and it sold for $2.2 million. So that gives you an idea of where those are trading early on.
Aston Martin on the sideline, as we've seen McLaren and Lamborghini with these hypercars and other brands as well, and they are finally on the train.
Yep. And all the Aston Martin folks are doing backflips. Here's another 57 T-Bird now.
Yeah, with the optional 312 with 245 horsepower, unrestored. But boy, you could have fooled me. Look at that. It's got the manual transmission in it. That had overdrive as well. That's going to add to its collectability. The non-porthole white hardtop. Now, they did not all have portholes. That was an option. And this one did not get that little round window. Power steering, white walls with those full wheel covers that are almost identical, if not identical, to what you could have gotten on the full-size Fords that year.
Well, the bid goes on here on this little T-Bird at $20,000. How much do we love the Buick Riviera from the early to mid-'60s?
Mucho.
A lot. Oh, yes, indeed. Here's a beauty.
Too bad they were so freaking gorgeous in 1963 when they debuted, because they had to change them as the years went by, and I don't think they ever got any better looking.
That's a good point.
63 and 64, pretty close. And of course, these debuted same year as the split window coupe, which probably stole a lot of the thunder out of General Motors. Bill Mitchell, the head of design at GM, when he was responsible for having his guys build the Riviera styling, always told people he took more pride in the Riviera than he did in the Corvette, and that tells you a lot. This one with the 340 horse, 425 cubic inch nail head, power steering and brakes, as they all had. And these cars, again, were just out of the box. 100 points. What are you going to change? The interiors were comfortable, but they matched kind of like the visual appeal of the outside of the car. They didn't get too crazy with a lot of kooky scoops and faux this and phony that. Just an ideal job. And way undervalued in the market. Look at this, $14,000. This is, Scott, this is like the C4 ZR1. How long have I been preaching that market just doesn't seem to want to move up very much, except the super low mileage cars. These cars are way undervalued, if you ask me.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I mean, they're just so the lines, the angles. I mean, there's some swoopiness to it, but yet there's some angularity. It just works. Beautiful combination.
Right.
And 14 and change, I think. 14,000 maybe. 14.5. All right, to 78 Corvette Silver Anniversary.
1978, Corvette came in 3 delicious flavors. You could get the Silver Anniversary like this one. You get the Indy 500 pace car, and you get the one that was from the plain clothes division, just a standard Corvette. 350 in it. You get the 2 different versions of the 350, L48, L82. Get a 4-speed, this one with an automatic. This one's got a long-legged rear-end gear, 308 gears with positive traction. That 308, that goes back to the C2 generation. My first 427 Corvette, 1966 Corvette, had a 308 rear end.
Really?
I never could get that car to the top speed because I was a weenie. Couldn't do it. I tapped out at about 20.
Oh, really?
There was another 40 or 50 mile an hour in that car. Yeah. Look at this, $9,000. 31,000 miles on the odometer. Wow, Grand Theft Auto.
My goodness, you're right. Would have been tough to get much more than that speed out of that Corvette going through the tight streets of Boston. Right?
Yeah, well, no. I'll have to talk to you about that. Actually, it was Route 2 in Arlington, Massachusetts.
Okay. All right, very good. Well, that one, as you said, brings $9,000. Here is next an IROC Z 91.
Yeah, the IROC Z, that kind of sort of almost replaced the Z28. Same idea, but they really wanted to cash in on that image from the IROC International Race of Champions Series. And so here you go. Small block in it, automatic. Classic color scheme. You got the red with the gray interior. Cloth interior.
And kind of that, the cousin or the stablemate, if you will, of that Corvette ZR1 that you were talking about. Same year.
Yes, same time period, right? Yes, sir.
So the high bid here on the IROC Z is $25,000 as we say hello again to Chris Jacobs for a look at something that we'll see very soon.
Yes, sir, Scott. I chose this car not only for what it is, but also for what it represents. First of all, what is it? 1961 Chevy Bel Air bubble top. The first year of the bubble top, and very highly sought after by collectors, and that's because of what it also represents. It was the end of that big fin era. It was more about the sculpted and downsized, more aerodynamic body style like this Bel Air. It's also 1961, the first year of the bubble top. Now, what exactly is a bubble top? How do you identify it? Easiest way is to come to the C-pillar right here and see how this tapers down right there. That's the bubble top signature, as well as that curved back glass. Now, why else are these highly sought after? Well, a lot of times these came equipped with the mighty 409. This one, no. The consignment sheet just says big block V8. Not sure what this car started life out as, but I would have to say this one is ripe for a restoration and putting it back to possibly a 409 bubble top Bel Air from 1961. 2-year run for the bubble tops, 1961, 1962, and this one is going to be cool to see go across the block. Scott?
Good deal, CJ, and it will cross the block here in Harrisburg after bit.
That was a 396 or a 427 in there. Might have been a 454. Holy guacamole. That thing is packing.
It is.
It is for 61. Yeah. Chris wasn't kidding when he said it had a big block in it.
Nope. 77 C10 now. Lowered, great wheel tires, combo.
Yeah. Here we are in the square body era of the C10. Dark blue, red interior, small block V8 with an automatic. Again, we see these trucks come through with great regularity. And while they have the same basic, you might say, hit list for the modifications, all done a little differently, all personalized a different way. Usually we've got a well-applied paint job, some aftermarket wheels, and a small block V8, many times a crate motor.
Well, in this case, going to take a little bit more than $27,000 if you'd like to buy that pickup truck. So the bid goes on, fellas. We'll take it over from here. We will take it to a quick timeout and resume our coverage from Harrisburg in a couple of minutes. Oh, indeed. Things are happening in Harrisburg today. Fans here, the car crazies out in droves are loving it. Our coverage continues today live on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood. We should point out Shannon Spake is not with us this weekend because of a previous commitment. And as we move on, we take a look at a 69 Olds Cutlass Supreme. Man, these things were everywhere in the late 60s and early mid-70s.
#1 selling automobile for Oldsmobile for quite a while. But what could be better than a 1969 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, which is not a 442? How about a 1969 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme with over 500 horsepower? I'm not kidding. 455 cube big block, that's what we start with. It's bored 60 over. It's got a 750 CFM 4 barrel and Edelbrock torque intake. Mondello Performance camshaft. Joe Mondello, probably one of the better known people in history that hot rodded Oldsmobiles. Set of Mondello Performance adjustable push rods, TRW flat top pistons. I'm not done yet. 8-quart oil pan, high volume oil pump, upper end oil restriction kit. All of that adds horsepower. They've added hardened valve seats and a 3-angle valve job for better flow in those cylinder heads. Transmission, a Turbo 400 that's been beefed up. Aftermarket transmission cooler. Everything you've heard me just say and more on that Cutlass Supreme, making it more powerful and more scary than a 442 from that year.
Well, and after hearing you run down that list, I will stand corrected. There were not many of those cars around
not
in the
like that.
late 60s and early 70s. Yeah, $38,000 bought it? Yes. Okay, a 96 Camaro Super Sport. That's what we have on the block now. No reserve car, by the way.
Yeah, and this is bone stock. Got T-tops in it. LT1 V8 with an automatic.
Yeah, there we go.
Boom, gone.
Thank you very much.
16K.
I like that by a lot.
Have fun, folks.
That didn't take long. Well, all the way back to 2008 we go now. That's a big year for Mopar fans. Here is an SRT8, a Challenger SRT8, first edition convertible.
Yeah, we've talked about these before. The folks at Drop Top Customs will take your fixed roof Challenger and turn it into a convertible for about $23,000. 6.1 liter Hemi, putting out about 425 horsepower. But this one has a Pro Charger on it, so you can add another 100 to that. Of course, a catback exhaust and a 5-speed automatic transmission. A lot of guys, they will upgrade those automatics in that vintage Challenger and put the 8-speed in there. Functional shaker hood, the AAR CUDA graphics we all recognize. It's got air conditioning and nav and Sirius XM. So when you talk about what the cost of the vehicle was before the conversion, you can see the potential bargain we're looking at here as we're in the low 40s.
all the stuff you talked about, what? Added it, maybe doubled or close to it in the neighborhood, the sticker. And
yeah,
like you say, a bargain now.
Yeah, I mean, you run the numbers on just that engine upgrade, throw a Pro Charger in there and the Corsa exhaust.
You look at it and you really think when it's done well like this, you go, why didn't they offer that? What? You look at the Camaro, the Mustang, they were playing in the pony cars, and they were like, no, we'll just keep a top on it.
Yep.
Silly.
I have so many questions like that. Why didn't Chevy put the 427 in the Chevelle and the Camaro? And you had to go after market for that. Why? I ask you why, but whatever.
Well, this one sells for $47,000. And a 1968 Pontiac Executive hardtop will follow it up.
We got a preview on this, I think, from Chris. Did he give us a once-over on this Catalina? I think he did.
Yes, he did.
400 Cube V8. Not a muscle car, really. Not a 2+2, which would have been a muscle car, although it's not an intermediate. That's a full-size hot rod. And extras, of course, power steering and brakes, and the factory air. And a very classy automobile, and I think the springtime green paint actually adds a lot to that. Kind of a very low-key, kind of a subdued image, not bright red or white or some electric blue color. Very inexpensive to buy, as you're about to see.
Don't lose it for that. I need 9. One more hit. Now I got hits at 9. That's the end of the road. Give me 9 one time.
Odometer shows 15,000 plus.
500, sir.
So this is a youngster.
Good luck, guys. Yeah! What do we say, boys?
Okay, well, there you go. Sold it for under $10,000. That's a lot of car there for that price tag. First look at a 1932 Ford here today, Bill. A little roadster.
Yep, little high boy. Well, here's a question that has no correct answer.
Okay.
What car has been hot rodded more than any other? You ready? Multiple choice.
Okay.
1932 Ford. Okay. 1940 Ford. 1955 Chevy. That'd be a photo finish if you ask me. So many of those cars have been done over.
Well, you could even include a 34 Ford in that group.
34,
but I think the
might be honorable mention.
I think the 32 would take that prize.
An educated guess, and whether you're right or wrong, we'll never know. But yeah, some people would definitely say that. And then people who love the shoebox cars would say, man, I think that 55 Chevy would probably be the winner here.
Guys, that blood red interior on this, or maybe lipstick red, depending on how you want to call it.
Yeah, lipstick is better.
This is, the lipstick red, it is, I mean, this is perfect. This is a car I would love to spend a summer with. And at this number right now, with no reserve, I can't even imagine trying to assemble one for a fraction of the number that this one's going for, and it's such a deal.
You're right.
Your Hungarian gypsy grandmother just texted me and said, I'm so proud of Bill for saying lipstick red instead of the other.
Oh, she's watching. I'm so glad. This got a crate motor in it, 355 horse 350 with 700 R4. So it's got a good, solid powertrain, and it's a high boy, meaning the body sits on top of the frame rails rather than down over the frame rails, which is the way some people build their Deuce.
You know, and here's another reason why I think that 32 Ford might take the #1 spot, just because of the sheer availability of different body styles in 32 over some of the other years that you mentioned.
Yeah.
But again, that's open.
Good point.
Open to guesswork or interpretation. Well, here's another Dodge Dart. This time it's a 67 GT, as you can plainly see there in the grill.
Well, doggies, Jethro, did you see that? That's a 440 in there. And Mr. Norm Krause gets a lot of credit for these 440s winding up in these Dart GTs. In fact, he did conversions at his dealership as well. 6-pack setup on this. That was not factory available in the Dart, of course. 4-speed, manual, everything detailed, and underneath Plenty of good stuff on the suspension, QA1, four-wheel disc brakes, and a Dana 60 rear end. That's a piece and a half. Look at the rubber underneath the back there.
Nice.
That's going to be a, yeah, it's mini tubbed. There you go.
Well, it brought 40,000, and let's see what another anniversary Camaro Z28 will bring next.
Yeah, and the unforgettable Indianapolis 500 pace car livery, the door-over white. They call it Arctic White, 1997, with the Hugger orange stripes. 285 horse, 5.7 liter, one of 458 of the 30th anniversary convertibles that were built with the 6-speed manual. Hooray. Limited slip rear end. Got paperwork there, got the owner's manual. Like to see that documentation coming along with it. And it's puffed out. Power windows, locks, and top. Leather wrap steering wheel with a tilt column.
$16,500, 16 bids, now 17, down 17. You just gotta let him buy your car.
One more time.
You're gonna do that, just stand there and see him bid.
One more time.
Now 18.
That anniversary edition, the white and orange raleigh stripes, direct nod back all the way to the
17.5.
Z28 pace car from the Indy 500 in 1969.
Yeah, and those pace cars, you get a small block or a big block in those. Those L78 powered pace cars in 1969, but they're the gold standard.
Still working on it here. See what's left in the tank. And maybe nothing.
Okay. Well, I got a couple guys back there, so hopefully this will work out. Zach, I'm going to close the bid at 17.5. Race bid at 19 to buy it.
19 is
Sir,
yours, my friend.
19,000. Otherwise, that man next to you is going to get the opportunity.
19 is yours, or I got to go ask the backup guy.
For $19,000.
You want to raise it at all? You're the high bid right now.
You want to get 19, sir? Just race bid at 19. Only
Give me 18, and I'll see if I can get it
more.
work. Give me 500 bucks more. I'll see if I can get it
rules in
work.
effect, sir. You give 19, you own it. What about your right hand there for $19,000?
Well, that's the Mecum rule
Adam,
at 19.
No, he's waiting for the reserve to come off. Okay. Got
18.
offered.
Give me
19. Anybody want to buy it now?
I get it. I'm
just
trying to help you get it. A whole bunch
17 times the bid, sir. 18. Columbus took a chance. Let's let it roll. 17.5. Take off the reserve. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, sir. I've got 17.5. The reserves off. Adam,
Reserves
please
off
prove me
here, I'm
right.
gonna
18.
check with
Where the
him.
heck you go?
What do you
18.
think?
Reserves off. That Camaro's for sale. Got 17. Got it. Now 5. 18. 18. 5. 18. 5. 18 to bid. 18. Oh,
All
boy,
done?
don't walk away yet.
Okay, I appreciate it.
18,005. I get 18,000. David to get $500. Last call. Anybody else can bid as well. I am. So, $18,000. Zach's
Well,
way.
all right.
On the block now.
Another $500 bought it.
But the gentleman with the glasses got ambushed because he could have bought the car if he paid the $500.
Yes.
And he balked, and someone else jumped in.
That's part of the fun of an auction sometimes.
Oh, he who hesitates is lunch for the lion.
All right, so we'll move to 1947 Ford Super Deluxe convertible that Rutledge has been eyeballing for quite some time.
Yeah, guys, this looks an awful lot like the car that I really learned how to wax a car. It was you wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off. Right? This looks
Karate
just
Kid
like,
reference.
That's
Oh,
right.
dear.
This looks just like the car that he borrowed from Mr. Miyagi, took to the dance. Beautiful 47. A few tasteful mods on there. Saw an electric fan under the hood, keeping that flathead cool. But what a beautiful ride, Bill.
I'm staying out of this. I'm done. What can you say now?
Well, I can't believe I fell for that.
Wax on.
Oh, yeah.
Wax off.
You got it, man. That's what Daniel's son was driving around with Elizabeth's shoe. What a cutie she was.
Come on.
And Mr. Miyagi ended up giving him the car.
That's right.
He just lent it to him.
You know, I heard an interview not long ago with Pat Morita, right? And he was talking about the accent, the voice that he came up with, and he said it just kind of happened out of nowhere. And it stuck, and it worked.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible. That's a beautiful car, though. Every time you drive it, Chris, you can just go right back to that.
Paint the fence.
Paint the fence.
Wax on, wax off, paint the fence, and then sand the floor. Yep, those were the ones.
They all matter.
Instant cultural lexicon.
I don't want to break the spell here, but that had a flathead in it and a 3-speed manual, so I felt obligated to tell you that.
Go to commercial. Go to commercial. Go to commercial. Folks at home are having as much fun as we are here today, live on ESPN Plus, as we cross the halfway point. 3 hours down, 3 more to go from here at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and Expo Center. Again, Scott Hoke here, Bill Stevens right next to me, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, our entire gang out in the truck doing a fabulous job as we kick off a new hour with a 2022 BMW X5 X-Drive.
Yes, sir.
Crossover SUV.
High-end SUV all the way. It's got the turbo 3-liter in it, straight 6, with an automatic transmission and the full-time all-wheel drive. And options aplenty. And standard equipment aplenty, too. I don't know many people driving around with one of these that's a stripper, that's for sure. They usually come pretty fully equipped, and might I say, the depreciation curve on these is somewhat steep. This was not an inexpensive vehicle when new, and 29 won't buy it, but I think another, I don't know, 5 or 6 might.
Yep. I remember having one of these as a rental in Monterey not long ago and barely made it out of the parking lot because all the computer menus and everything. Seriously.
I hear you, man.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
And you know what, though? You bring up a good point as we move from that car to the next. Not a stripper. Interesting that cars more and more these days come with packages rather than a long
individual
list of
options.
And that can be frustrating for some folks that are in the market for a new one.
Well, the manufacturers are maximizing their profit when they do that.
Exactly.
So.
It's like cable TV.
Oh, yes. Don't get me started.
The people still have that.
Here is a 68 first-year C3 Corvette.
With the last year for the 327, which this one has. 4-speed transmission, Silverstone, silver black interior. So, you know what? We're talking about cars that are strippers. This is kind of a stripper Corvette. You know, we've got no factory air in this, and we don't have a telescopic wheel or side exhausts or the optional alloy wheels. So, yeah, not going to be a lot of money. 16 won't buy it, but if you get to 20 or so, I think you'll wind up getting the consignor off the schneid.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't call it a Stingray, that weird anomaly in Corvette history where the 1968 was not known as a Stingray. They brought it back the very next year in '69.
And we move to 2021 BMW 330e X-Drive.
Yeah, another all-wheel drive Bimmer. Melbourne red, black interior. It's got the inline 4-cylinder engine, a 2-liter that's turbocharged, and it's a hybrid. Automatic, 4-wheel discs. Power, power, power. Has Apple CarPlay capability. Boy, you're talking about getting into a car and not being able to operate some of the features and things.
Right.
Boy, I forget what rental car it was, but I got into it, and the radio was blasting full tilt, and I couldn't turn it down. Oh.
Did you think to turn the car off for a second? That would have turned it off.
Geez, you know, I should have thought of that. But no,
but I know what you're talking about.
I was just yelling out loud, you know. And, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit far afield. This is a loaded car right here, and again, stickered for big paper. I mean, it's fully equipped hybrid BMW. It's 5 years old.
And it's okay if you get far afield occasionally. It's like therapy, We're here for you, brother.
Thank you.
All right, this will make you feel better. How about a 1960 Buick Electra?
Yeah, the styling here, once again, you think about what's happening at General Motors back this time period, the 59 Cadillac, the 60 Cadillac. We saw two Oldsmobiles earlier from 1960. Pontiac was keeping pace with their wide track designs. And here we go with the Buick Electra. Electra, Invicta, and LeSabre were the three main model lines for Buick back then. Still had the nailhead, 401 cubic inch engine with a 4-barrel. And an automatic transmission. The color's called Chalet Blue, and you see the white top as well. Yeah, this particular body style, 1960, kind of broke ground in 1959, and then as the 60s continued with all the other GM makes, they kind of toned things down and returned to planet Earth.
A couple of cool 1960 touches on this. On the front of the car, there is a license plate from Texas from 1960. And on the rear bumper is a Kennedy Johnson 60 bumper sticker.
No
Very
kidding.
cool.
Yeah, I see it.
Might be worth more than the car. That's rare.
Look at that.
Let's check its authenticity here.
Thank you.
I'll do my LBJ impression for you sometime.
Your what?
My LBJ impression.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know you did one.
I did, but not now.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep things serious.
Yes.
$14,000.
$13,000.
That may be all the money.
$500 here.
Is that a real sticker?
No, it looks like a repro, but it's definitely not new, but it's probably not 67 years old.
Yeah.
T151 from the
Good call. $13,000 buys it as you see that round sold sticker going into the windshield there. Oh, what a beautiful pickup this truck. This is 1972 K10.
Yeah, we say goodbye to the glamour era. The square bodies came in, and boy, how do you improve on styling? We're talking about the Riviera. These trucks, there's not an ugly angle to be found. 350 small block, 4-speed manual, got a 6-inch lift with 35-inch Mickey Thompson all-terrain rubber. Rancho steering stabilizer, keep those wheels under control when you're out on the trails. Sliding rear window, and that's ashwood in the bed. We see oak, sometimes we see maple, even mahogany. We've even seen teak in these pickup beds. This one is ash.
That's a little unusual.
Yeah. What, the ash?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah, not as common. I mean, they make baseball bats out of that.
Exactly.
That K, of course, designating the four-wheel drive as we see the diff in the front as it rolls by us here on the block. Perfect amount of lift on this truck, too. What a beautiful forest green. Lovely color.
Yeah, well-applied paint for sure. You know, you see a paint job like that looks so beautifully and professionally applied, and you know that it was labor-intensive to prepare the surface. You know, that body had to have been block sanded, all the little dents and dings are, you know, have to be removed if you want the paint to look that good.
Nice contrast between the exterior color, the ash wood, and then the rest of the interior of the bed has been bed lined, which is a nice contrast to the ash as well.
All those years you did overhauling, you must have seen how much labor went into some of those paint jobs.
Big time. I mean, that probably was the majority of the time spent during the 8 days was paint prep.
Yep.
So, $39,000, Ryan.
Good job, sir.
T152 at 34 custom.
All right, there you go, $39,000, and that gentleman will drive away with a beautiful pickup truck. Good for him. 1934 Chevy Custom Sedan next.
Yeah, Scott, you mentioned the 34 Ford, right? Maybe being on the list of popular hot rod subjects. And Chevys, I don't know if they make the top 10, but boy, they certainly are worthy of our admiration when they're done like this one. All steel body on this. I'm going to guess this might be an older build just because of the paint choice, also the wheel treatment, the baby moons with the trim rings. This has got a lot of other nice pieces and parts as well. Tilt steering column, power steering brakes and windows, AC. And they got the Mustang 2 style front suspension, as we talked about earlier.
You mentioned the engine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, maybe I didn't know. It's a small block crate engine.
Okay.
350.
25 is the bid. $27,000. I have 25,000. You're going to get 27,000. 26. Oh, 26. 7. 26. 27. 26,000. Reserve is off. 26,000. 27,000.
Jimmy Landis, our lead auctioneer, lives just down the road outside of Philadelphia. And his gavel dropping indicates that ownership has changed hands to the tune of $26,000.
It has, and that little Chevy is going to the next rod run, I guarantee you.
It would be welcome. 99 Mustang GT now on the block.
Yeah, not the Cobra, not the SVT. This would be the one you get right from your Ford dealer, from the Ford Mustang GT convertible assembly line. Laser red outside, charcoal inside. Odometer reads just a skosh over 16,000 miles. That 4.6 V8, little torquey V8 engine, responsive, pretty quick. Automatic transmission with AC. I'd say those are 16,000 carefully driven miles. 5-spoke wheels, performance radials, little mini muscle car from 1999.
Oh, and dust off that well-bought list, too. I mean, if this stays at this price and sells, I mean, you can certainly add to that. The interior is super clean, definitely going right in line with the low mileage on the odometer, and the exterior looks great. Wow.
Oh, laser red, that works, and the top is down. Thank you.
13's bid. $14,000.
Getting into time capsule category there, too, at 27 years old.
Yes.
You're going to get 14. You're going to get 14,000. I have 13. You're going to get 14. You're going to get 15,000. You're going to get 15. I have 13,500. 15,000.
Oh, the reserve should come off.
How about $14,000, Paul?
14.
Sell that car.
$15,000. 14, then you're going to get 15,000. Now you're going to get 15.
What?
I have 14,000. You're going to get $15,000. Close bid at $14,000.
Come on, folks.
The bid goes on. What's it take?
We just gave you a beautiful Mustang to buy.
$15,000.
I would bet that is going to go at bid goes on.
Well,
$15,000.
You got to think they were close, though.
15,000-mile Mustang.
I think he's still on it. He's not.
Mecum
hasn't let it go yet.
Come on, people, wake up. Come on, the World Cup is over. Let's get back into it here.
I'll offer the 14,500.
How many people think he should raise his bid?
$1,000 will buy $1,000 additional will buy that car.
What do you want for that kind of money?
That was unanimous. I appreciate it, folks. Wow. $15,000.
16,160 miles on the
You
clock.
offer 14,500? I got 14,500.
Oh, great. Perfect. Cheap Charlie raised his bid to 14,500.
So
wait, how many people think he should sell it for 14,500?
The Mecum rule is no longer in effect.
Thank you. Reserve is off.
That's okay because the reserve's off. But somebody else can jump in now. So.
Oh, yeah.
Sold 14,500.
Thank you both very much.
All right. Well, it all worked out. How about that?
All right, I'm back to DEFCON 5 now.
Okay. Oh, $14,500. Oh, look at this. Again, 1940 Ford. You were talking about one of the most hot-rodded and customized cars. Ford standard custom two-door here.
And guys, this one is a beautiful ride. You'll notice it's slammed on the ground. They've let all the air out of that airbag suspension. You got that tune port right there under the hood, but I want you to take a look inside. You'll notice everything's been shaved on the sides here. Beautiful interior, but one of the wildest things is these back windows so typically are non-functional, right? They built this whole thing to make sure these roll down both sides. A really cool custom touch build that to me sets us apart in a parking lot full of hot rodders. All power customer windows.
Oh yeah, what a smoothie too. Look at that. There's no chrome, trim, anything. And I'll tell you, talking to so many customizers over the years, to take this roof line and chop it and make it look that good is quite an achievement because of that curve. That
absolutely
makes it so difficult to do.
I mean, you talk about the roof line.
Yep.
There are no corners. I mean, it's so flexuous, front to back.
Did you say flexuous?
Flexuous.
I think you just made up a word.
Wow.
Flexuous.
I like it.
Swoopy, smooth.
Flexuous.
Flexuous.
I like the sound of that.
I love the sound of it.
Yeah. I would say that the whole car's flexuous, actually. Everything's been very smoothly done. And we're going to sell it. Reserves off.
Well, you just altered it. You said fluctuous. You said flexuous. You said fluctuous. We just invented two words.
No. It's a word. Think sinuous, swoopy, smooth, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Oh, I got where you were going.
Do you want to argue about fudgicle again? Do you remember that?
Oh.
So, $50,000.
No, I prefer to let you think you've won that argument. All right, $50,000. A beautiful car and well bought there. Very
yes, sir.
Nice. Well, to keep your 1940 car looking its absolute best, or maybe it's a different car that you have in your lineup, Mopar or otherwise, we want to tell you about 303 Interior Cleaner. And there you have a look at it from our friends and partners at 303. It'll take care of any interior surface without leaving any kind of a residue, and it's protecting it as you apply it as well. And you can find out more about 303 Interior Cleaner at their website, 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. On to a 1976 Lincoln Town Car.
Well, you look up land yacht in the dictionary and you'll see a picture of that Lincoln Town Car. Big block engine, 460 with an automatic and all the options. All the good stuff to play with.
Nothing flexuous about the lines on these cars.
No.
Those are straight as an arrow and long.
Those are boxes.
Love it.
$5,000 is the bid. Well, they've moved on just about as quickly as we could talk about it, and $5,000 was the high bid, and so now they've moved ahead to a 1971 Dodge Charger, and there it is.
Oh, quick, get me to an ISCA car show. I want to bring this 71 Charger. I'll quickly tell you about the motor, 610 horse, 472 cubic inch, big block. It's a Hemi crate engine. It's got pistons, crankshaft, rods, roller cam, balanced and blueprinted aluminum head, stainless valves. I mean, that literally is a race engine, MSD ignition, and ceramic coated headers, and built-up 727 torque flight, and the gear vendor's overdrive, which you don't see really in as many builds anymore. But that was really a very popular upgrade. If you were going to drive the car on the highway or do any cruising, it had that extra gear.
I think what I love most about this car is there's not a huge supercharger sticking out of that hood. They went a little bit more subdued just with that intake hood. It doesn't overpower the aesthetic of the car.
Yeah, that's a Pro Stock hood sitting on a scoop rather sitting on that hood, and it is functional for all of that horsepower underneath. Deep water blue, that's what they call that color, with a blue and gray interior.
Well, the high bid on the car was $50,000, and they have moved on to a 1936 Ford pickup truck now. And Bill, an interesting choice for a power plant here.
Yeah, remember the old Thunderbird turbo coupes? Those little 4 cylinders with a turbo? Well, that's what they use to power this 36 pickup with a factory fuel injection. 5-speed, man, and probably took that engine and transmission out of the Bird and put it in this. Custom wheels, 2-tone paint. Here's the interior, very conservative.
There's so many fun things about working for Mecum. One of my favorites, guys, is looking over the lots. You can view all the cars and motorcycles, the art that's going to be out here every time before the auctions. And when I saw that 2.3 turbo from the Turbo Coupe, I got so excited and thought I'd be friends with whoever built this, that's for sure. What a clean little ride.
Yeah, my hat off to you for remembering those Turbo Coupes, too.
Drove one on Top Gear. It was not a great car.
No.
The one I had, not all of them.
Well, they weren't as fast as I think people may have hoped.
They gave the 80s vibe of like turbo.
Yeah.
Well, this must be fast. Yeah. Meanwhile, it just kind of made a whistly noise as you were driving.
Well, moving on to this 1959 Plymouth Sport Fury. Chris previewed this for us a little bit ago.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the definition of survivor. I don't think there's been anything done to this car in its history. And I believe that small block V8 under the hood is a 318. There was a larger option available at this one with the small block. And as I said in my preview too, this was the introduction of the Sport Fury, which became the top trim level for Plymouth, knocking the Belvedere down a bit. But yeah, again, an advancement too in that fin design. They became even bigger and taller there, part of that forward look that Virgil was so famous for.
Absolutely. Yeah, there you see the faux spare tire on the trunk, a la Lincoln Continental, or, Imperials. Mm-hmm. They also had those on the back.
I like that when you think about how Plymouth was doing their styling, you're like, okay, so where could we put this spare? Any ideas? Any ideas? Someone's like, hear me out. Top of the truck. And you know, there had to have been one person who's like, but is it going to be there? And they're like, no. But the style is there.
Well, the counter argument is that deck lid is so massive. What are we going to do to break it up? Let's faux a spare in there.
Touche.
Well, among the 600 vehicles and 100 motorcycles coming to Monterey in 3 weeks is one of the most amazing, that motorcycle right there, amazing motorcycles we have ever had. A 1972 Ducati Imola race bike, one of only 8 built, one of 7 that were sent to the inaugural Imola 200 in 1972. This is a well-documented motorcycle. It's the first original 72 Imola racer that has ever been offered for public sale. Restoration done with original parts, and it was the backup to the bike that eventually won that inaugural Imola 200, and it will command big bucks and big attention when we get to Monterey in 3 weeks. Cannot wait for that. Just as we finish with that tidbit of preview information, this 84 Buick Grand National sells for $19,000, Bill.
Yeah, what a circuitous history for these cars as they debuted in 82. Gone in 83, back in 84 like this one. Non-intercooled turbo with only 200 horse, but when they put the intercooler in it, they got up to 235 and 245, and then, of course, the GNX at 276. So this was the beginnings of the big horsepower push for the Grand National, and still very collectible.
Here is a 1969 Pontiac Le Mans custom convertible. And bid right now, Bill, at $44,000.
Yep, it's the Masquerade Party. This one coming as a judge, which debuted in 1969. But I have to clear my throat here. No judge came with a Butler Performance 461 cubic inch Pontiac. So this is Judge Plus. Yeah. Automatic transmission behind that big motor, a lot of Edelbrock parts and pieces on the motor build, and high performance all the way. This is a fast car. And it's comfortable, power steering and front discs and air conditioning and a power top as well.
Cool.
Yep.
And another top-up convertible.
Another top-up convertible.
Across the block. It's the theme of the day.
Yeah.
Here's your Silverado from 2011. 1500, and the thing that jumps out at me is it's a standard cab. I mean, in 2011, standard cab.
Look at all the plumbing underneath there. That's a Whipple intercooled supercharger that puts out 2.9 liters. That supercharger is almost as big as a lot of engines you can buy in an imported car today. Cast iron block. It's got a big 4-inch plus bore there. Boy, this is pushing some power. Automatic transmission with a 4-wheel drive. They dressed up the engine room, as you could see, stayed pretty conservative inside the cabin. But boy, the whole story here is how much money was poured into the powertrain. ARP Pro Series cylinder head studs, ARP main stud kit. Those are the little things that tell you it's a high quality build. Timing chain, camshaft, thrust retainer plate, all aftermarket, all upgraded.
Chris, what are you seeing in the wheel well there?
I'm seeing a lot of meat on this truck, and that's probably on there to take all that power that Bill was just describing under the hood. That is definitely not stock, and it's very aesthetically pleasing for people who love to put the rubber to the road.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough, to be honest with you. Man, you could have quite a smoke show with that truck.
38,000, now 39. That's kind of I don't want to say it's a low-profile tire, but it's a lower profile tire.
I mean, it's a big wheel, and you got room for a lot more tire in there. I mean, that's obviously done for the look.
And one thing that's interesting, it actually helps it not look so long because it's got such width and such presence. You look over here, it doesn't really seem like that much of a long bed, but on like some skinnies, you'd be like, well, that truck is long.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another reason for doing it too, because it would look a little strange with skinnier wheels on it.
Well, 40 grand, you probably paid for most of the engine with that.
No doubt about that. And so heading toward the bid goes on is that pickup truck at $40K. We'll head to a break. More coming up in just a moment. Oh, that's our headquarters all weekend long. Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex, Expo Center. We're in the Expo Hall. And this crowd is enjoying all these really super cool cars that are crossing the block. Some very unusual, and they're having a heyday. Here's an 04 Cadillac XLR that is selling at no reserve, Brother Bill.
Oh, man, black paint, bright wheels. You got me. Raven black interior, and these XLRs, pretty pricey when they were new. This one with a 4.6 liter North Star V8, 320 horsepower, very, very sophisticated engine, those North Stars. Automatic transmission. It's got nav, dual zone climate, keyless entry, head-up display. And these were built on the same assembly line as the Corvette in 2004. And they mimic a lot of the characteristics of that year Corvette in terms of power, handling, responsiveness. They're sports cars through and through, and only about 1,300 of these were finished in that Raven black finish.
Which is interesting because that's a Ford color. That's a Mustang color from back in the
Raven black.
Yeah. But you're right about the similarities to the Corvette. If you could kind of peel away the bodywork, you might find a Corvette lurking under there.
Yeah, quite possibly. They have a lot in common.
All right. You like that black car? How about this triple black Galaxy 500 XL from 1962?
And the top is up. Somebody needs to put that top down. It's got the Z-Code 390 V8 with an automatic transmission and just about all the power accessories that you could order on the 62 Galaxy 500 XL. That was the That was the big shooter, the XL. See the interior, floor-mounted automatic transmission with the bucket seats, console. That's the way those XLs were trimmed out. Didn't get any more bougie than the 500 XL. Black convertible, triple black. And again, a host of engines available in the 62 Galaxy. From the 6 all the way up to the 406 V8.
$17,000 is the high bid for that particular 500 XL specimen. It's black car o'clock here, Bill.
Yes.
Here is a 95 Firebird SLP Firehawk next.
Yeah, these were showroom stock denizens back in 1995. As people were buying these and going from the Pontiac dealership to the autocrosses and the solo ones, and not so much with the wheel-to-wheel racing, although they certainly did compete in that Firehawk showroom stock series. 6-speed manual behind that 300-horse 5.7-liter V8. This is number 252 of 569 that were produced in 95. Get a good look at that red interior with the glove soft leather. Delco AM/FM stereo, CD player, and the tilt steering column with cruise. And listed in the Firehawk registry, if you didn't know there was such a thing, as they keep track of all of those Firehawks with the SLP package. Street legal performance.
Internet with Megan has the high bid right now. Oh, and just like that, whoever's on the other end of that computer bought that car.
Ship it.
That's right.
What color is this car?
This one?
Yeah.
Well, that may be a trick question. It's black.
A pretty lame trick, I must say, but yeah.
Well, you know, sometimes you'll look at a car like that dark blue Impala from way back when.
We've been fooled.
It looks black, but it's not. Anyway, yes, this is black.
Okay, here comes another bargain Benz. It's a 2005 SL500. It's got the 302-horse 5-liter V8. Boy, that was Mercedes' go-to engine for so many of their model lines back then. Power retractable hardtop. Nav, leather, heated seats. All the usual stuff that makes these cars such a pleasure to drive and show off.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to pick which one is more fun, to drive it or show it off.
Yeah.
And if you're looking to pick up early 2000s Mercedes that are extremely clean and well under sticker, Mecum Harrisburg is your jam.
Oh, man. Target-rich environment.
Of course. Go ahead. Go ahead.
If Chris had one of these and went to his favorite restaurant, the valets at Popeye's Chicken would just rush over there to park that car.
Wouldn't get it back.
Welcome back to Harrisburg on the banks of the Susquehanna River. As we come back to the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and Expo Center, coming here since 2014. And here, as we resume action on the auction block, a 2010 Shelby GT500 that just sold at no reserve, 33 grand.
Great car, so fast. This was a second go-around for the GT500 that came back in 07. By 2010, they had much more than the 500 horse they debuted with in 2007. 6-speed manual, got limited slip, and a package, as we talked about, the electronics package. But yes, that is a car that I think is going to rate very highly with the Mustang faithful.
Here's an 86 F-150 XLT Lariat next. Already into the mid-teens and now 20,000.
Yeah, that didn't take long. 302 small block, 4-speed automatic, and a 2-speed transfer case. So you've got a high and a low in there. Midnight blue. It's been repainted about 16 years ago. Boy, it looks like it was repainted 16 hours ago. That really held up. Chrome here and there, the bumpers and the trim. Undercarriage has been detailed too. So it is It is ready for showtime here under the Mecum lights. That's a big truck, high extended cab, long bed. You ever have a pickup truck?
Oh yeah, I had a '66 C10.
Okay.
With a stroked out 383 in it, and had it for about 10 years. Always started. That was the best thing about that truck. You could sit for months and fired right up.
Fired right up.
Yep.
Wow. Well, you had the right motor in it there, pal.
I used to have a pickup truck, Toyota Tundra, 6-cylinder. Sold it, and about 2 months after I sold it, the guy texted me and said, texted me a picture, no words. It had been crushed by a giant tree in a storm.
Oh, you told me that. What are the odds?
Yeah. Wow.
And you said, no refunds.
No refunds.
Here is a 67 Austin Healey 3000 Roadster.
Oh, baby. Man, these cars were in their heyday in the mid-'60s. Now, this is the little Healey. Well, not the, no, let me take that back. This is the smaller Healey than the BN cars that have a back seat. This is just a 2-seater car, the BJ cars, rather. Green outside, black inside. That ever-present 2912cc inline 6-cylinder engine with a 4-speed manual. They repainted that green, by the way. That's a fresh paint job.
So, Bill, what would the small one be? The bug-eyed Sprite? That's the little
Sprite.
one? Yeah.
An Austin Healey Sprite, yes. Correct.
30, 32. Just a minute. Wait, whoa, stop.
Boy, that is not the way the paint job would look from the back.
Oh, no.
35, yep.
Not quite as much metallic. Yeah, that really is good. And once again, top up on a convertible. I'd like to see the top down on this car because that's the way you're going to have it 95% of the time.
And I think people are more inclined to bid when they see the top down. They picture themselves enjoying the experience. Yeah, pretty car. I'd like to see chrome wires. Those are painted wires, but can't have everything.
$35,000. What a car that is.
All the cars I've had over the years, I had one pickup truck.
Really?
1989 Shelby Dakota.
Oh, okay.
So I picked a good one.
Yeah.
If I'm only going to have one.
That tracks. That tracks for Bill.
Yeah.
Yep.
How long did you have it as we look at this 1930 Model A?
Yeah, I had it for a while, actually. Probably 5 years. For me, that's a long time. Hey, it's a 34 hot rod here. And look at the power. Yow. It's got a 350 in it. It's got a B&M supercharger. Coated headers, side exhaust. Automatic transmission, a Chevy 3-speed. Could be a turbo of some kind, 350 or 400. Coilover suspension. And that's a fiberglass body, and not steel. And hey, how about that Porsche red? That's car's red.
How about that Rat Fink sticker on the dash?
Rat Fink on
back
the dash.
to our Big Daddy reference earlier.
Yes. Wow, I remember it well.
There you go.
And Bill, is that in the consignment that this is actually Porsche red paint? That is true Guards red.
Guards red.
You get 15.5.
Yeah, bulletproof drivetrain,
Ford
9-inch rear
all the
end.
time, you know?
Mentioned that Chevy automatic.
The owner's not here.
It's a lot of car for this price right now. Don't think the reserve is off yet, but
I can't do it. I'm up here.
certainly far undervalued.
Yeah, that's got a lot of money in just that engine alone.
Get 15 bid, 15,005.
Krager SS is looking really good at all four corners
How
there.
about those deep dish
Deep ones in the back, yeah.
Hardtop comes with the car too.
Oh, looks like it's sold.
Yes, it did. 15K.
15. You are correct, gentlemen. Next up, 1982 Corvette. End of the road for this generation.
Yeah, you know what? And it's got that 350 cubic inch V8 in it. Why? Because that's the only one available. And this was the first year for the Crossfire fuel injection. And they carried that over into the C4 generation. They actually ran that Crossfire fuel injection in 1984 before they went to the tune port injection. One of only 853 Corvettes produced in '82 with that dark claret metallic color. Boy, they should have used that color on some other year Corvettes. That is a winner. They all had 4-speed automatics. This one does, air conditioning, and most of the things that would have been extra cost options in early Corvettes come in standard by now. Not a lot of money. Wow, $13,000. You can go to any Corvette event in the country and be welcomed with open arms. Bloomington Gold, go there.
I was at Bloomington Gold last month, had a great time, and going on, coincidentally, we didn't rehearse this, going on at the same time Bloomington Gold was happening over in suburban St. Louis, the Monte Carlo Nationals were going on.
Oh, that's right.
Just down the road.
Wow, that's a wild coincidence. I don't think they planned it that way, would they?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway, here's a 75 Monte Carlo.
Yeah, in 1975, we went to the Colonnade Body Style a couple of years earlier, and boy, they sold a zillion-dy, billion-dy, dillion-dy of these Monte Carlos. 350, automatic transmission, red outside, red inside, and many options.
Let me give you an example of how people can emotionally attach themselves to cars. I had a discussion with a gentleman on the runway between the inside and the outside of the arena where he, tears in his eyes, told me that this car right here, 75 Monte, is the one that he came here to bid on because he had one 25 years ago that he let get away. He literally started crying when he was describing the car to me, this 1975 Monte Carlo. I hope that he is out there bidding on it right now and he ends up winning the auction.
Yeah, that's a good story, and there's probably a lot more stories like that we don't get to hear. You know, but this has got Krager SS wheels on it. That's a perfect match for that car. You don't see that done very often.
14,000. Got your whole life to pay for it. 14,000 a bit. 13,500. 14,000.
Yeah, 1971, 1970, 71, 72, Montes. All pretty much the same exterior styling-wise, and then all of these General Motors personal luxury cars, if you will, went to this Colonnade formal roof line with the opera window, and they sold.
Got the whole world watching you. 15,000 a bit.
Sure?
Let us know if you see your guy.
I'm looking for him. And see if they show the winning bidder. That is not him. So unfortunately, his bid goes on somewhere out there in the great world of 75 Monte Carlos.
Oh, boy. Okay, still a great story, though.
Yes.
And boy, I tell you what, if I had a nickel for every time I've heard that story or something similar to it, 75 El Dorado.
Yeah, 1975. Here's what was happening over at Cadillac with their front-wheel drive lineup. This is a convertible at 500 cube V8, which came in a few years earlier. I think 1970, actually. It's still sitting in the engine room with an automatic. And again, optioned to the hilt. And much standard equipment. There's the interior there.
What a great shot right there, too. You can see that texture of that interior.
Yes.
Just the details on these mid-70s Cadillacs.
Yeah.
Just incredible. And as it rolls by us, too, we get another great look at it. Affectionately known as Grandma's living room inside that car. The comfort and the materials that they used.
The Wayne Newton tuxedo finish.
13 bid. I'd got a bit about 14,000 down.
And again, I don't know why the top is up on this car.
It's a beautiful day. And you know what? Scott and I were talking about this before we went on. It usually rains at least one day here in Harrisburg. And the forecast is for sunny days over here.
And mild. It's usually blazing hot outside.
Yes.
It's about low 80s, which is just very pleasant and perfect out.
Yeah, low humidity.
14,005. 14 bid. Down 5 and I'd have. Sold 14,000. Sold 14,000 Zach's way.
Now on ring D178.
Yes, indeed. You just bought that El Dorado from 1975, man.
Scott, it's 1975 o'clock.
It must be.
How can this happen?
Well, I don't know, but it's I talked about synergy at the beginning of the show, and how was I to know that it was going to end up like this?
We don't always get 3 cars same year, back to back to back.
Yep.
Oldsmobile Delta 88. This was down a trim level or 2 from the big 98s, but it still had a lot of bearing, a lot of visual excitement, as you can see. The red outside, red interior, red vinyl. And those interiors, they are so durable. Every time we see one of these GM cars with one of those interiors, they just look like nobody's been sitting on those seats at all. This has got the Royale package, so you get a few more things, standard equipment. That white convertible top is power operated. Wood grain interior as well, kind of jazz it up a little bit, but look at that Oldsmobile as it's coming down the lane here. Picture that, somebody buying one of these Olds and driving home, pulling into the driveway.
Picture me buying this and Chris and I putting on Tupac's Picture Me Rolling, as that's what we'd be doing. Bill, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this also the same platform that would have been the Centurion and I think the Caprice as well?
All the full-size platforms, yes, would have been similar to the one here.
Yeah, all Fisher bodies, I believe.
All Fisher bodies. And again, platform sharing back in the 70s was becoming very, look at the Fords. I mean, the Montego, the Mercurys, the Fords, the Thunderbirds, everything seemed to be basically with the same underneath, and they built up from there.
That was a heck of a deal, guys. I thought that was going to go a lot closer towards 20,000. That's a beautiful ride.
12 it is. And that has just become part of that guy's collection, as we saw. Big Chevy in 1966, an Impala Super Sport here. Great color combination, too. What engine, Bill?
Well, it's about 100 cubic inches short of what I would have liked. It's a 327. That's okay, though. It is a real factory Super Sport, as the VIN reflects. Power Glide automatic. We're still a couple, 3 years ahead of that turbo automatic. And it's got American racing wheels on there, as you can see, the torque thrust 2s. And that's about it. Otherwise, according to Hoyle, as delivered. A little metal polish on those torque thrust 2s, I think, to bring them back.
So clean. Bill, what would you guess if you had to guess that last car that went through with the top up versus top down? Would you guess that there's a difference in what cars sell for sometimes with them up versus down? Let's pretend this was a convertible and the top was up. What do you think the price difference could be for one of these?
I will tell you right now that a lot of the people that bid on these cars can be influenced by the visual appeal of the car. And a top-down convertible, I'm sorry, I've never seen one with a top up that looks better. So to answer your question, yeah, I think it might be psychological, emotional, whatever. But I always love to see the tops down.
24 is the bid here.
Now 27. Where the heck have you been for the last minute? 2600.
Matt Morvek has the wheel.
2071 at 27,000. And it is 20,000. Now 28. Now 28. Now 28. Now 20,000. You do that, you're going to soar neck 20 bid. I'm going to give it a 7. I'm going to give it a 20 bid.
Yeah, you get a 427 in these cars back in 1966, the first year that at 427, the 390 horse, 385 horse, big block cars, the full-size cars, the L72. Yeah.
Well, 27,000 buys that Impala, and we're going to go to the next car, which happens to be a 1970 Camaro with the baddest exhaust note of any car we've seen today. This is a Blueprint Engines 383 stroker that you guys might not have heard it, but you might have heard it, but you might have also felt this car roll up to the block. I mean, it was shaking this room.
My kind of car?
Oh.
Yeah, take a look. Yeah, that's stroker built by the guys at Blueprint, and I'm only going to guess at the compression. Now, they can't go too crazy because these cars are going to be street driven, and you got to drive pump gas in them, but maybe 10 to 1, 11 to 1, I'm just guessing now. Oh, plenty of power, automatic transmission.
I wish you could start it up, man.
Yeah.
I will be standing by with audio if he does start it up.
If he wants to start it right now, I'm not going to argue with him.
Very conservative looking torque monster with those rally wheels, black, wall tires.
Well, they're going to have to push him away, but take my word for it. Man, that sounded and felt unreal. $22,000.
Hang on, he's going to start it.
Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The
now that's a good way to go to break.
Hills, yo.
Welcome back to Harrisburg. We had that Harley-Davidson pickup truck a little while ago. It looks like we've got a panel wagon coming up with Harley-Davidson livery there. That plus a bunch of cars still out here in the Expo Hall coming up over the weekend. Plenty of good stuff over the next couple of days for you. We're just inside of our last 2 hours here until 5 o'clock Eastern today. And we'll begin a new hour with a 67 Olds Cutlass.
And you know what? This is probably going to be mistaken for a 442 wherever you take it, and it's not. It's just the Cutlass convertible, 330 cube V8 with 320 horsepower, and you're sort of in the same neighborhood as the first 442 in 1964 in terms of power. But yeah, that sold, and it didn't take long.
Yep, 21.5 actually. Well, before Ford gave us the Mustang, we had the Falcon Futura convertible, and it, honestly led to the introduction of the Mustang in April of 1964.
Well, the bones of the Falcon are under the first generation of the Mustang.
Absolutely.
So you are correct. This has a modified small block in it, a 302, two 4 barrels, Edelbrock carburetors with an automatic. So this is a sleeper. Of course, you look at that shifter and you get a little suspicious, but exterior-wise, nothing to really tip its hand.
And Bill, we were talking just a little bit ago about shared platforms. Did the Falcon share its platform with the Mustang?
Not only did it share it, it donated it.
There you go.
Yeah. And I don't know, you certainly know this, Russ.
It's where the Falcon ended, the Mustang was born.
Robert McNamara was the money guy at Ford at the time, and Lee Iacocca wanted to come with a new car, and McNamara said, no, let's keep building Falcons. So they compromised. They did the Mustang on the Falcon platform.
And then, am I correct that a bunch of that also went to the Comet?
The Comet, right, and of course the Cougar came out in '67, and that had a lot of DNA from the Mustang as well. So.
It's funny, we think part sharing and all that stuff is much newer. They've been doing it since day one, it feels like.
Yeah, it was Ford's version of Dodge and Plymouth, essentially. It was Ford and Mercury.
And DeSoto, if you remember them.
Here we go with a '86 Jeep CJ7 Laredo.
Okay, 350, small block from Chevrolet. All right, that'll make that little Jeep jump. Automatic transmission. High back bucket seats inside with that leather wrap steering wheel. You see the interior right there. Power brakes, power steering. It's been lifted a couple of inches. A little chrome here and there. Mickey Thompson tires, a 33-inch. versions, and man, I'll tell you, that Jeep, I don't want to get that dirty.
A lot of tasteful mods on there. The chrome tube bumper, we've got the nice chrome bumper up front. New mirrors, the door hinges. There's a lot of things like that are made as reproductions that really make bringing one of these to life like this so much easier. Beautiful ride.
So how long would it take you to take the doors off of that?
Ooh, it depends on if you have the fancy pins that they make now that'll pop out, or a wrench, probably 5 minutes aside, maybe less.
Okay. Yeah. Getting them off is not the problem. It's getting them back on where they'll close properly.
Yeah, they're not interchangeable. Left side, right side, right side. Yeah.
And on the modern Jeeps, you want to take the doors off and the top off if you have a removable top. Now you got to find a place to put them. And they make, rolling carts that'll handle all that stuff that'll block and tackle it into the ceiling. And it's a process.
Got to unwire it. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yep. Hey, look at them. So happy. They are over the top.
You got it. I don't think that's the first one they bought today either. I think they were in on something else.
Right.
So good for them. 26 grand for that Jeep CJ. 61 Bel Air Bubble Top Mecum CJ, not Jeep CJ. You previewed this a while ago, right?
Yes, I did. And I waited for it to cross the block because Bill brought up something very interesting. We were speculating on what might have come under the hood. Would it be the 409 that debuted this year? You also mentioned possibly 427 could have been on there. Interesting to note that nowhere on the consignment sheet is there any evidence of what came originally with this car, because you'd think people would want to know that.
Yeah, no reference whatsoever, but you can tell by the big broad valve covers that is 427, 454, maybe a 396. But that car's sanitary. Look at that nice solid red paint, red interior. We didn't get all fancy pants on that. Great choice of wheels. Upgraded the power steering to a unisteer unit and front disc brakes with power assist. A great build.
Yeah, my reason for bringing that up, obviously, is because we just don't know. Was it originally the 427? Right. It's obviously not the original block, because that would have been made note of there.
Right.
And it probably would have been made note of it had been a 409 car. So,
yes.
Yeah.
Yep, 348, 409, and then we saw the 409 go away in 1965 because the 396 came in. Wouldn't it be something if they got a vintage 1965 396 and put that in there, which is kind of paying tribute to the fact that the 396 replaced the 409.
Some good old hot rodding.
Yeah.
On the block now, showing lot T188.
Well, the bid goes on that one, so still available if somebody wants to take Bill up on his theory.
Yeah, I hope it sells. I think somebody would have a lot of fun with that car. That thing will scream.
All right, moving on to the custom Chevy panel truck that we saw as we were returning from commercial a little while ago, done up in a kind of a fun Harley-Davidson theme, but a cool truck nonetheless.
Yep, the L98 350, fuel injected, which could have come from a Corvette, a C4. Automatic transmission, vintage air, custom interior, with a car audio sound system that has a backup camera attached. So a little bit of money, but not an outrageous amount of money went into the buy. I'd say the paint job probably was the biggest line item on this.
If I were a Harley dealer around the country, I'd be snapping this up in a heartbeat.
Park it out front that dealership.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's well done interior inside there. Looks really great. Pop open that big back door there. I don't know if you could get a bike in. You could certainly get a lot of bike parts in there.
Sure.
The stance, everything about this one's perfect.
A lot of swag would fit.
Tons.
Take it to shows. But you know what? At the minimum, as you said, park it out front of the dealership.
Put a mini bike in it.
That's true. Probably.
They're old school dirt bikes. Remember the early dirt bikes they made? Like the 60s ones, right?
Probably fit in there.
I always forget. I'll throw you a motorcycle question, although you have a ton of knowledge about them. I'm reminded that you've never ridden one.
I am motorcycle stupid.
It's just, for me, it's tough. It's like finding out that Clark Kent wore the glasses, but maybe he never knew how to read.
The line of the day.
Wow. Okay. It's time for us to take a break, I think.
Welcome back to a action-packed and crowd-filled Mecum Harrisburg today. Feast your eyes on this 1988 Chevy 3500 hot shot hauler. This is just screaming 80s, 454 under the hood, big sleeper cab. Chris, what do you think about this monster?
Rutledge, this is the kind of truck that would play a central character on a TV show in the 80s. This is the kind of truck you make t-shirts out of. It's unbelievable. There's a reason we picked this truck out to do our double team on, because there's so much going on. It's so eye-catching and functional as well. There is so much good things about this truck to talk about.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, you got the big CB antennas. We got a CD player. You got Sirius XM. But inside, you've got this huge sleeper in the back. You can actually fit 3 friends back there, so 5 total people going across the country. And you're going to need some gas, Chris. Good news. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3 fuel tanks.
Absolutely, because we're going long hauling, Rut. I'm envisioning you and I going across the country with a big empty trailer attached to the back, picking up some builds that we want to take care of along the way.
Maybe we take this to Mecum Monterey. We get a big trailer, right? Big gooseneck in the back. They're using that 5th wheel setup. I mean, what couldn't we bring home?
Well, you know what? There's no stopping, too, because while one person drives, the other one's in the sleeper portion back there taking a nap and getting ready to take over at the wheel.
That's teamwork right there, guys. That thing's beautiful, and the bid goes on somehow.
Unbelievably, but understandably.
Takes a special person, Scott, to drive that one home.
Yes, indeed. I think you're right. But thank you guys for double teaming on that truck. That's kind of one of none. We don't see those too often.
Yeah, we get the ramp trucks, but not often that particular style.
My grandpa had a 5th wheel setup like that he drove across the country with my grandma, and I thought as a kid, I was like, I've never seen anything like this. It's the coolest thing ever. It rolls into Mecum. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Here's a 2004 Nissan. It looks like on the top of the screen, it looks like a 35-ounce enthusiast roadster.
Yes.
But it's not. Obviously, it's a 350Z.
And again, not a car we see a lot of, and this one is special edition. The enthusiast trim, silver, black, 6-speed, 3.5-liter V6, and $14,000.
Wow.
Yes, another very well-bought automobile today.
That's a deal. With that VQ35 under the hood, there is fun for days in those, and wow, what a great price.
Yep.
Okay, Bill, here is one of our favorite Continental Mark V's to talk about, those designer editions that we see occasionally, and this happens to be a 1979 Mark V Bill Blass edition.
Bill Blass, Cartier, there was the Givenchy.
Yep.
I think there's one more maybe. But anyway, yeah.
Wayne Newton.
The Wayne Newton. Yes.
Wait, they may have all been Wayne Newton editions.
They may have all been.
In some way. Go ahead, sorry.
No, Bill Blass, just one of them that was available in 1979. 400 cube V8. And look at that interior, the white with the blue piping, huh? That is designer. You got the dark blue paint along the bottom, white on the top, the white vinyl top. Poetry in motion. And the white sidewall tires. Double white sidewalls, a thicker one and a thinner one with the turbine style wheels. Oh man, who would want one of these back in 1979?
Who wouldn't want one today? That thing is gorgeous.
I wouldn't mind having it.
Wow.
Yep.
And they would have to park it up front at all the restaurants you go to, Bill, because they can't fit it in a normal spot anymore.
Yeah. Need tugboats to park that.
All right, we will let that one get away and check out another town car from 1978.
Yeah, the previous Lincoln, that was basically your Mark V. This is the Townie, the town car, which means 4 doors. Bigger engine, 1978. Notice, this has the 460 cubic inch V8 in it, with all of the gingerbread that a Lincoln town car would give you. Back during that generation. Midnight blue, that's the color. Wedgwood blue, velour interior. Many, many options. And again, not many, many dollars to own. We won't find out this time. It goes to the big Gazan.
Yes, it does. $9,000. Rolling up into place next is a Galaxy 500 from 1966.
Yeah, the 66 Galaxy we had earlier, that was the 7-liter version. This one with a 352. So if you're not quite as power hungry as the fellow that orders the 7-liter, you get this one. 352. And just over 200 horsepower. 2-barrel carburetor, automatic transmission. Does have an open element air cleaner. They may have upgraded this to a 4-barrel. Probably looks like they have. Okay, a little hocus pocus in the engine room. Chrome valve covers too. Looks like weld wheels. Yes, those are weld wheels. I recognize them. Pretty straight body. Here's that red again. Candy apple red. Pretty good guess. That's what was on the earlier 7-liter Galaxy.
And very reasonable price tag at $10,000. Here's I would be shocked if the next car sells for 10 grand. Highly doubt it. It's a 2010 Bentley Continental GT Super Sports with that legendary twin-turbo 6-liter W12.
Yeah, north of 600 horsepower in these cars. One of approximately 1,207 that were built between 09 and 2011. Twin-turbo 6-liter W12, 12 cylinders of, oh boy, torque, crazy power. Man, do these cars pull. And they're heavy. Those are big cars that approaching 3 tons, my guess. 6,000 pounds maybe. White outside, black Alcantara interior, carbon fiber interior as well. Just to remind you, you are in an ultra high-end luxury car with performance to match.
Bill, did you see that rear seat delete with the big carbon fiber strut bar back there?
Look at that.
I mean, that's those little differences that set the speed apart from the standard model. But
yes.
Wow, what a beautiful car.
Correct. Yeah, these cars, I will tell you, are good for $180, close to 200 miles an hour. And they were pricey when they were new, as we all know. Well into 6 figures, the MSRP. But the depreciation curve on these and the Mercedes and a lot of the other European luxury cars make them more affordable for normal people like us, which I'll include Rut, but just to make this example.
Thank you. 46 pounds and out of 46 pounds and out of bed. High pound of bed, 46. All through, all down. 40 pound of bed, 46 pounds and down.
Saw one of the Bentley Bentegas out in the wild the other day, just at a parking lot. Guys backing out, taking off, man.
So luxurious.
Crazy.
They have a real presence, don't they?
They do.
They do.
They really do.
Anybody who doesn't know, that's the Bentley station wagon. And station wagon sounds too pedestrian.
It's an SUV.
Yeah, it basically needs a name that's more in keeping with its image.
Right.
You know, it's
I get that.
It's a diamond-studded people mover. Almost got it out.
Hey, we service off.
There we go.
45 pound, 46 pound.
Wow.
It'll work up there.
That's a bargain with the reserve off.
Oh, dear. Chip.
We might need to pool all our lunch money together and then call a bank.
You know my dream every year when we come here, that we get our hands on a car like that from Monterey and we can all drive around in it.
I know.
You know, and put on the dog a little bit.
Yep. We've got 3 weeks. I'll work on that.
Oh, I would love it.
So $45,000 buys the Bentley. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. I mean, that's a number a non-speed version would still be low at.
Wow. Yeah, wow is right.
All right. You want your Ram Air 98 Pontiac? Well, here you go. It's a WS6 convertible in this Trans Am.
Oh, Performance Plus. WS6 package, active ram air induction. That dual scoop hood, you see the 5.7 liter LS1. First year for the LS1 and the Trans Am, 325 horsepower, and the 4L60E automatic transmission with overdrive. Black outside, the gray interior. That's a power-operated black convertible top that is beautifully retracted. Thank you. Premium sound, power windows and locks, cruise control, and the 17-inch factory WS6 5-spoke wheels. That's all you need to know. And look at that, less than $10,000. Oh boy, there's some real performance for grocery money.
We've had a few of them sell under 10 grand today, and there may be more, but I'm telling you what, the deals can be had for sure. 87 Corvette Coupe next. Manual transmission car. Thank you very much.
Yes, and that manual transmission is that Doug Nash 4+3, which gives you 4 forward gears and overdrive in the top 3 gears, which makes these cars collectible, because this was not the most popular setup that people were buying. This is about the time that a lot of Corvettes were being ordered with automatics. Odometer reads 62,000 miles plus, and that engine, oh, that has been diddled with, ported and polished and CC'd cylinder heads. The engine has been blueprinted as well. So we're pushing 400 horsepower, which is way above what this car would have had. I believe 245, maybe 250, originally back in 1987, and that was it.
Well, the bid goes on at $9,000 on that Corvette. More from our next to last hour of coverage from Harrisburg today, coming up in a flash. We are back in Harrisburg once again on this Thursday afternoon. Lots of folks still hanging out here. The car crazies are loving it at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and Expo Center. As we get set to kick off a new segment, we're going to do it by sending it over to Chris Jacobs, standing by with today's installment of our Stay Built Performance Tip.
Thanks, Scott. Well, we are right in the middle of summer, and that means we're out driving our collector cars, and we want them running as optimally as possible, and that's where Stay Built comes in. If you got a rough running engine, you need a little fast fix. It removes gum and varnish. If there's any water in the fuel system at all, it's going to remove that. It's basically going to help you get better performance out of your small engine. And one car right here that not so sure it runs rough, because it looks like it's in primo condition. 1970 Mustang Boss 302. Wow, is this a stellar car? And that's why it's going to be going across the block on Saturday. Beautiful bright gold exterior over black. That 302 is backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. Full Marty report, and according to the Marty report, it is a one-of-one as configured. And possibly the coolest thing about this car, in 1970, it was sold new at Bob Ford in Dearborn, Michigan. So this is truly a homegrown Mustang, and what a gorgeous car to see in person. And if you come back to us on Saturday, you're going to see it go across the block. Scott?
Chris, that is spectacular. Thank you. Our stable performance tip for the day, and we got a peek in that engine room. I don't know that that engine has ever been started. It looks absolutely brand spanking new. Look at that.
I know, inspection stickers, everything, just where it would have been. The car was built.
StableMecum.com is your headquarters for all things stable. Again, thank you, CJ. On to an 09 Mercedes-Benz S550 now.
I and my lady Nancy have a 2010 Mercedes-Benz S550 4MATIC, all black on black.
Okay.
So I love when these cars cross the block, because it gives me an opportunity to sound wealthy. You didn't laugh at that. You didn't laugh at that, did you? You weren't paying attention, were you?
I was looking at the next car.
I wasted that line.
Hit me again.
No, everybody else is going to say, just shut up. Oh, boy. So this basically has everything that ours has. The 5.5 liter V8, 382 horsepower. That's a quick car. for a big car like that. This one has just over 63,000 miles and it has the AMG Sport package. We don't. Has the alloy wheels and heated and cooled front seats, adjustable suspension, the backup camera, the nav, Harman Kardon sound. It sounds so good. And it's not going to sell. $9,000 is nowhere near what that car should sell.
So the bid goes on. I guess I took a page out of Nancy's book. Tune you out for a minute.
How did you know?
Oh, I'm totally kidding. And here's the reason why I didn't hear you, Bill.
Yes.
It's a 1981 Datsun 280ZX that I was kind of fawning over.
Well, it's worth fawning. 280ZX. That's that. I don't want to call it the first generation because so much changed over, when these cars debuted, and then when we got into this generation, they got more power, more sophistication, more extras. But again, the styling, it takes you right back to the very first one with just some nominal changes. 2.8 liter inline 6-cylinder engine with an automatic transmission. And again, not something that you would find in the first couple of years of the 240Z. Light brown metallic. This has air conditioning and an AM/FM cassette stereo. And these cars are slowly, gradually, you know what I'm going to say, warming up value-wise, especially the very low mileage cars.
So jump on this one, because this is unbelievable how low this price is. I doubt it's getting anywhere near the reserve right now, but man, this would be extremely well bought.
Odometer reads over 60,000 miles. Now for a car this old, you're thinking, well, gee, that really hasn't been overdriven. Yeah, but to really get the money, you've got to have a lot less than that to really get a collector or an enthusiast excited. So we'll see where this one winds up. It could sell, but it's got a little bit of room here.
Well, the reserve's off, even as you said.
Motivated seller, obviously.
Last call on the Datsun. 8,000. Sold 75.
Nice job, man. You got it all.
Excellent condition,
Thank
too.
you very much. Yeah, we'll come get you signed up.
What you got there, CJ?
No, I took a peek under that dash cover just thinking that it might be hiding something. It is not. That dash is clean as a whistle. No cracks at all.
Okay, good deal. Thanks for checking that. Right behind the Datsun is a 96 Opel Calibra V6 selling at no reserve.
These are funky little things, Bill, and now because of the 25-year import rule, we're seeing a lot more of these show up, but you've got all the cool specs on it.
I'm glad you brought up that import rule. Why don't you expound on that a little?
So essentially any car that's 25 years or older can be brought into the U.S., but they are talking about like the manufacturer's date, not a day before.
Yes.
You've got to be right on the nose, and this car is cool, came from Europe. This is kind of based on, I think, the Cadillac Cetera shared a lot of parts of that, right? Or the Catera, excuse me.
Cetera, yeah.
I'm thinking of Peter Cetera. Great band. Love Chicago.
Great
They have nothing in common.
Right, nothing. So, but we're seeing a lot more though. So now a car like this can be brought in. It's super easy to import them, and a beautiful ride. Shows up for pennies though. Wow, what a deal!
Yeah, it almost vibes the Monero when you look at the shape of this car, the profile of it. But yeah, interesting. That 25 rule was much needed back in the 70s and 80s when people had to gray market their cars to get them in here. And now the 25-year rule, you're right. Anyway, how did we do on this?
I think it was just under 4,500, I think.
4,500, yes.
Okay.
Another XK8. This is from 1998.
Yeah, second year for these. I had a 97 and now have an 01. And I'll tell you, for the money, smoothness, refinement, you drive these cars and they are so user-friendly. The seats are plush. The handling is great. 4-liter engine, 290 horse. But again, it's all about the driving experience in these.
Well, you're going to get quite a driving experience for $9,000.
Yeah, they don't trade for a lot of money.
Right.
Although we did see one earlier that was in the 20s. The first one, the 2001 we saw.
I think so.
Yeah.
Here's a 1977 Chrysler New Yorker Brougham.
Yeah, again, we're talking about platform sharing, and here we go, the Chrysler New Yorker Brougham, bones on this car, found its way into some of the other cars from Mopar. The odometer reads 36,884 miles. It has been verified by the Pennsylvania title, so we know that is ironclad. 400 cube engine, torque flight, automatic, and a sure grip rear end. It's got positive traction, if you will, on this car, which is anything but a performance car. All the extras, all the options, everything you would want. And
so far, you're just paying for the interior on this car.
Yeah,
it is like amazing in there.
Yeah.
I want to crawl inside and take a nap.
Spinnaker white, dark red interior.
Look at those seats. So just plush.
Original rust-proof warranty paperwork. Was this the generation where you had the Chrysler 5-year rust-through warranty? I think it may have been during this time. So the paperwork for that comes with the car.
I'll check on that.
Check on that.
In the meantime, the 61 Buick LeSabre has Rutledge all over it. Are you going to stay there, bud, or no?
I do love this car. Let me tell you why. Obviously, the style is wild, but when you see little cues like under the hood here, and you've got what appears to be like some sort of old medicine bottle or soda bottle, maybe even like a Listerine bottle for the overflow tank, guys, I love it. Like, it's the little things, right? But when you take a bigger view at this, you, of course, got those Buick portals on the side. You've got the spider caps on there, big chromies, but the striping is really what, to me, jumps out. Beautiful interior. This one, Bill, you've got the specs on it, but to me, this is kind of like a seemingly sort of a mild custom that screams a little more wild, even though it's not that insane.
I wish the hood was still open. Could that have been the washer bottle and not the overflow? Did you notice?
You're right. You're right. It was.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
As we see it roll past our cameras, we'll head to break. More coming up. Well, that's the Susquehanna River flowing through the heart of the Harrisburg area. We're on the eastern shore here at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and Expo Center, along with downtown, just down the street. Actually, the guys in the truck wanted me to remind you of the Susquehanna River. I used to work for Susquehanna Broadcasting.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Are they still in business? I haven't heard their name in years.
I believe so.
Yeah, Susquehanna
Although
Broadcasting.
with the world of broadcasting nowadays,
mergers or what have you, who knows?
Yeah. Here's another Jaguar, Bill. You'll be interested. XJS 1990 convertible.
Yeah, this is the 12-cylinder. That is the one just about everybody wants with all that power. And this one loaded up. It's got leather, limited slip, power rack and pinion steering, the 4-wheel disc brakes, AC, got the central locking, and that includes the trunk as well, and cruise and power windows, and plenty of luxury and plenty of eyeball with that beautiful light blue metallic and the dark blue top with the light tan interior.
$8,000 the bid goes on. You want the smackdown of the day?
Yes.
Susquehanna Radio Corporation went out of business in 2006.
Oh boy.
So we're a little behind on
20 years out, yeah.
All right, 1948 Oldsmobile Club Sedan. This is kind of kooky and trick and cool, and I like it.
Yeah, and back in the day when people hot rodded a car like this, the last thing that they used their money for was the paint.
Right.
That's why you see a lot of those old hot rods in this matte finish or this primer finish.
Right.
They put all their money in the engine and the wheels. And, sometimes they'd go completely crazy and do like 6 2-barrel carburetors and all kind of wild induction systems. And the paint would just have to wait. This one has a 350 in it. That's an easy swap to get the small block in there with a 700 R4 transmission.
But
the air conditioning.
And the platform is so unusual, too. A 48 Oldsmobile.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And those big bulbous tires.
Uh-huh.
Look at how the aspect ratio on those tires, how high the sidewalls are.
Yep.
It's funny.
That is cool.
But fun to look at.
Absolutely is. $7,000.
Hey, real quick, I'm going to go back to the rust-through warranty.
Yes.
You know what happened?
What happened?
In the 70s, Chrysler had a problem with rust issues with some of their cars. They actually had to replace fenders on people's cars because premature rust. So eventually they came with a 5-year rust-through warranty to kind of avoid having to do that anymore, and they improved the rust-proofing in all of their cars.
And that was in the 70s?
In the 70s, they had the problem, and then later on, I'm going to say maybe by the 80s and 90s, they said, well, all right, we're going to have to warranty this sheet metal because we can't have premature rusting in it.
Right. Okay. All right. 1982 El Camino. Boy, does it look rust-free.
Oh, yeah.
Ding-free and just, as you say, sometimes sanitary.
It is. And that name, El Camino, please, General Motors, don't let it die. Bring something back that's worthy of that name. 305 small block automatic transmission. On this 82 El Camino. Nice wheel choice right there. The 5-spoke aftermarket wheels. Probably American Racing Torque Thrust. Torque Thrust D. A little bit of a dish. A little bit of an offset there. I can read the sidewall. Those are hand-cooked tires. High performance radius.
Cheers, brother. Thank you.
Well, another bargain at sub $10,000 for that El Camino.
Man, we are selling out to the bare walls today, huh?
That's right. 2008 Pontiac Solstice convertible now on the block.
2.4 liter 4-cylinder engine. Not a lot of horsepower. Of course, you could get the forced induction on that engine as well. And this is a car that GM had high hopes for. Lasted a few years. And then, of course, Pontiac went away completely. 5-speed manual, ABS in the brake system. Cruise and air and power windows, locks and mirrors. And 36,000 miles of previous use, according to the odometer.
Coming down the lane, lot T.
All right, the high bid, according to Matt Morveck, 7,000. That's where we'll close it. And roll out a late 85, in fact, Thunderbird Sport Coupe.
Yeah, not the turbo coupe, but this one has the V8. So no turbo, no supercharger, what have you. It's just naturally aspirated 5-liter V8 with an automatic. And in just condition 1 appearance here. There you see what's going on under the hood.
Isn't it amazing to think, if you go all the way back to 1955, this 30 years after that, and how many visual changes the Thunderbird went through over the course of that time.
11 generations of the Thunderbird from the first one. So, and very short generations. You take a look, 55 to 57, 58 to 60, 61 to I think 63. So, and each generation brought in a new design language.
And even within the generation, there were sometimes changes.
Right, engine availability, what have you. Sometimes multiple engines available, sometimes one engine available.
Southern $7,500, Katie.
That one is condition 1.
Yeah, it is. From here, paint, trim, windows, glass, wheels, tires. Practically, sealed in lucite.
Here's a 2012 BMW 7 Series, the 750Li X-Drive.
The big Mazunga 7 Series with X-Drive, with a 4.4 liter, 400 horsepower twin turbo V8. All-wheel drive, leather interior. You want heated front and rear seats? Got them. You want dual zone climate? It's in there. You want adjustable suspension? Check. Power sunroof, parking sensors, alloy wheels. Yeah, you can picture yourself piloting that big boy down the interstate, I'll bet. And once again, back in 2012, bring your checkbook to the BMW dealer. You want this one. This would be high up on the food chain. And now, that depreciation, when it kicks in, that allows these cars to live on with multiple owners.
I know that, well, at least I believe the L designation in the model stands for long wheelbase. For me, though, it stands for leg room.
For you, yeah.
It's got all sorts of space inside, front and back row, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, look at how wide those doors are. You could easily climb into that rear seat, Scott, not have to fold up like an accordion.
$12,000 bought it. That's it. Here's another Bimmer, 2001 Z3 convertible. Oh, Bill. Hey, they put the top down.
Oh, how did that happen? Must have hit the button, my mistake. Yeah, no, these are fun little cars here. The Z3 kind of redefined the whole product strategy for BMW to come out with a little two-seat, I won't say performance car, but a fun little sports car. And remember, you have to go back to the Z8 when that car was a performance car for sure, a sports car that had power and style, and the Z3 followed by the Z4. You know, brand new chapter for BMW sports car history.
Right, right. $4,000, the high bid for that Z4. Oh, wait, was it a Z3?
Z3.
Or was it Z3? Yep, my bad. 1941 Chevy on the block now. Master Deluxe Coupe.
Well, 5.3 liter V8 LS swap. Automatic transmission. They polished those wheels. You'll see them in a second. Right now, look at that Chevy logo. Loud and proud in front of the radiator shroud. There you go, open element air cleaner. You see the air conditioning compressor there. And there's that polished wheel. Wow, that is a mirror finish on those. AM, FM, CD stereo, AC. Got a center console with cup holders, and two-tone seats, and some aftermarket gauges plumbed into the dashboard. Not a lot of money.
David at 24, David at 5, David at 5, David at 25. All the workmen done there, guys. $25,000. 25 of the money.
Got 25.
Give me 6. I got 25 26.
You want to lift the reserve at 25?
25 bid, down 6,000. The 25 bid, 6, 7. Now 27. 27 bid, get $26,000. $7,000. It's set on. David get 27,000. David get 6 here, now 7. I get 27,000. Your turn, Internet. You want to do? Now 8. Now 28,000.
Internet's in at 27.
I think the consignor is beginning to soften up a little bit.
And that is the consignor in the lower left corner. We're working with Clint Hunter.
30. David get 30. David get 28. 30. David get 30. David get 30. David get 30. David get 30,000. David get here 29. Then I'll do that for you. 29. Last call though. David get 9. Anybody else? David get 9. David get 29. Down 9 a pair. David get 9 to bid. 9 to buy. David get 29,000.
27. I had 27 is what I had.
29.
That.
29,000. David get here 9. If you want to do it quick, 29,000. How about you? You want it back in for 29? Now 30.
All right, 29. You want to go ahead and sell it?
I got 29 on that. 30. 30,000. 29. Anybody else? 30,000. David get 29. 30.
What do you think, Bill? They close?
They are close, I would say. I would say he's on the seesaw right now.
Every dollar out of him, we can scrap out of him.
30. 29, 30. Higher David get here 9, 30. Higher David get here launch a thing. Higher David get here 29,
Yeah,
30.
Clint says take off the reserve. That might stimulate another bid or two.
30.
You want a net 27?
29, 30. Reserve is off. Thank you, Clint. 29's a bid.
Okay.
30,000
Here you go. Run the numbers.
You want to get 30. 30,000. Last call. And I have. So $29,000 to the net.
All right, go on to the internet. Katie taking care of the computer for the moment, and that one sells for $29,000. As we get set to head to break, let's send it over to Rutledge Wood.
Scott, you know we love a good barn find here at Mecum, and I don't know if there's been a better barn find than this right here, a 1968 Plymouth Hemi GTX convertible. This has been in a barn in New York since the early 70s. Convertible top, automatic, 426 Hemi. I mean, even the dust, the grit on the entire car, it has been untouched. They did a lot of work mechanically to make sure it's good to go. But guys, this is going to be rolling across the block on Saturday here at Harrisburg. What a beautiful, beautiful car. I can't imagine how great it's going to look cleaned up. Or maybe someone just drives it like this. You could be the real Joe Dirt here at Harrisburg Mecum.
Well, if you need to restock some of your Mecum gear, we have you covered here at Harrisburg and every Mecum event for that matter. You can also find a lot of this stuff online at Mecum Shop or mecumshop.com. Easy for me to say. T-shirts, jackets, ball caps, stickers, key rings, everything under the sun, even a big straw hat, kind of like Jack Roush might wear, huh?
Yes.
Find out more, mecumshop.com. Okay. Back to the block we come here with former police vehicle, 2008 Crown Vic Police Interceptor Custom.
I don't have time to get into it, but this police car has everything in it that the police don't want you to have. This engine is full house. Comp cams, ported heads, Edelbrock here, Edelbrock there. Got to be 500 plus horsepower in that police car wannabe.
Yeah, I don't know how much real authentic police car DNA is in it, but it looks the part.
Yeah,
no surprise, outside under the tent, huge crowd every time I walk by this one.
He'll scare some teenagers for sure.
Oh, that engine, that's like a speed shop under that hood.
So cool.
All right, we'll move now to a 2000 Mustang GT.
And this one has had, well, you can take a look at it right now. You know, this has had the full Monty right here. Wow. Supercharged 4.6 from Vortec. They've increased the throttle body size up to 70 millimeters, $35,000 in modifications. Paul's high-performance billet fuel rails and fuel delivery system. Bassani X-Pipe, Borla catback exhaust. Oh dear, custom computer chip to manage the engine, 6-speed manual. Stita, very well known in the Mustang aftermarket community, has a short throw shifter in there, and I'm not even halfway through it. It's had everything done.
Now 16. 16,000. 15, 16. Reserve.
One owner car. Do you believe that? One owner car. Wow. Put all of those modifications into it.
Reserve is off.
Oh my.
Crazy. I will say, staring at this, the black front bumper to the black hood to the black roof to the black trunk, I think I might have gone black rear bumper too.
Okay.
Or maybe just a stripe down it, you know?
You could do that.
You could.
Yes,
it looks
sir.
great though. That's a cool ride.
Oh, and it's got performance to back it up.
Well, the price tag is right for somebody, $14,500. We are into our final hour with you now here in Harrisburg, and this 1933 Ford Roadster will be a part of this final hour. Look at this.
This car was completed in 1958. This
No
is a
way.
yes, a real vintage hot rod.
Get out of town.
Oldsmobile engine with 6 Carter carburetors. Everything I'm about to tell you is exactly the way these hot rods were built back during that time period. It's a 33 Ford, okay? And it's got a 4-speed manual. You saw the Carter carburetors, an aluminum case 4-speed with a shifter, the Suntac Stewart Warner gauges, the Mallory dual point distributor, and I'll tell you, back in the 40s and 50s, you know, guys like Don the Snake Prudhomme and Tom Mongoose McEwen and Tommy Ivo, even Gene Winfield, and people that built drag racing and the hot rod community were building and driving cars like this up and down the boulevards of Southern California. Yeah,
that is.
It's beyond cool.
That is a piece of history.
All
right
the way.
There. And I can't. The bid at $11,000. You know, here's my question. I wonder how many people legitimately understand what that car's all about. I mean, if they hadn't seen it online beforehand, you know?
An under 30 person, I don't know if they would really grasp it.
Well, here is a Jeep ambulance from 1955, an M170 ambulance.
Da 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 da. Oh yeah. Yep.
$14,000 bid.
1955 is the vintage of this M170 ambulance. Little 134 cubic inch F-head inline four, like so many of them had. 3-speed manual. It's got the military livery all over it.
And this is not a replica. I mean, this is the real deal.
Yeah. 1955 would have been the Korean War period. Cabin has been configured to accommodate up to 3 stretchers with medical equipment. Still includes the stretcher racks, 1 lower and 1 suspended. Extra juice in this Jeep as well. They put a 24-volt electrical system in it. And my thought being that maybe some of the medical equipment needed to have that much power.
Interesting,
to run it, you know? And the bid goes on. 50, are they still working?
I think so.
So what's the mean roll? What's the number, sir? I mean, we don't know. Hopefully you know. What's it take? I understand that. Okay. Sir, you want to raise your bid to $18,500? I can sell it to you right now. If you raise your bid to $18,500.
Well, 18.5 seems to be the target for the Mecum rule.
You get first chance. I got some other people interested. Close the bid. Now offering
Well, 15,000 is where we're going to leave that ambulance. Okay.
Okay.
But it could be a bid goes on vehicle. We'll just say that. There's enough interest.
If it's sold, I was going to do my Alan Alda impression, but no. Not going to do it now.
Okay.
Okay.
That's 2 impressions that you've left us hanging on today.
I know. Well, we have 2 more days.
That's true. 69 Fairlane 500 convertible.
Yeah, and a pretty car. Blue outside.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, it really is. 351 V8. I like that. Automatic transmission. And power stuff. Brakes, steering. See some accessory gauges under the dashboard. But pretty much all original in there. And it looks great. It really does. Well preserved. You know, this has over 44,000 miles on it. So the question would be, this car, is it really, really, really well preserved, or has it been restored? You know, has it been driven carefully? Has it been maintained? You know, has it been kept inside in a garage, climate-controlled garage, maybe? I don't know.
That's a hard call to make, man.
It looks so good, but then you would have to wonder, would somebody really invest a lot of money into restoring a 69 Ford Fairlane 500?
Right. Well, they're saying that the convertible top is new.
Yeah.
And if that's all they're saying, then that kind of leads you down that road of, well, maybe everything else is original, but you don't know.
Because look at where the bid went to, and maybe another few thousand would have bought it. But think of how much it would cost to restore the car. I mean, you know, full paint job, interior, everything. Now you're getting into some pretty significant money.
I think that might be Arcadian blue, by the way.
Oh, okay.
One of a couple of blues in 69.
Yeah,
several.
Yeah, more than one, right.
At any rate, so this is a 2001 Plymouth Prowler. This is a Mulholland edition Prowler.
Mid-20s maybe. This market just pretty much stays within a certain window. Odometer reads 22,600 miles, and this is the Mulholland edition, so is that a little bit more collectible? Couldn't tell you. Prowler Midnight Blue, black interior, and it's got that 3.5-liter V6 with a 4-speed auto stick automatic transmission, an automatic that you can shift manually. And all the things that the Prowler came with: 4-wheel disc brakes, staggered wheels, 17-inch front, 20 rear, factory air conditioning, and some power accessories and a high-end sound system.
By the way, you want to give a little bit of love to the men and women from the Susquehanna Valley GTO Club. They are responsible for driving these cars across the block and actually to and from the staging area and the storage area here this weekend in Harrisburg. And I think they've been doing it every year that we've been here.
My question, I think, yes.
Yep. So 26,500 buys that Plymouth Prowler, and we get set for a break. And for that, let's head over for a preview and then a break. Let's go to Chris.
Thanks a lot, Scott. The State Farm booth here at Mecum always has a cool car on display, and man, Mecum Harrisburg is no exception. Check out this beauty, 1969 Oldsmobile Hearst Olds. One of only about 900 produced overall, and one of only 173 with factory air conditioning. Gorgeous cameo white with the fire frost details, black interior. That 455 is backed up by an automatic transmission, a dual gated automatic transmission. It's got the Oldsmobile rally wheels on there, the deck lid spoiler, the functional air scoops on the hood, and this car is flawless. What a gorgeous restoration. Just an amazing car, and if you're paying attention, you're going to want to be here on Friday, because that's when this car goes across the auction block, and we will all watch it together. But stick around. We got just about 50 minutes left in today's broadcast from Harrisburg.
Parking lot packed, expo hall packed, as it has been much of the day here today in Harrisburg, with downtown Capital City off in the background there. About 1,000 cars, part of our lineup at Harrisburg 2026. Here is a cool little 74 Duster 360.
Yeah, another mini muscle car. Now, let's face it, the muscle car era, the first time around, pretty much ended in 1972. But in 1974, you could order up one of these. This has a matching numbers 360 cube V8. Now, if you're familiar with the 5.9 Magnum V8, that's it, 360 cubes. This one, 4-barrel carb. I'm going to give this about 240 horsepower, if you will. Torque flight automatic, 321 sure grip differential. Rally wheels and those BF Goodrich radial TAs we see all the time. Recently replaced the carpets and the brake lines, the wheel cylinders, calipers. A lot of maintenance items have been taken care of, including the brake shoes and pads. And it does have the original fender tag, so you can authenticate that matching numbers engine.
T240, 1995 Jeep Wrangler wide.
Well, the high bid here, $9 grand.
Way short.
Somebody get $35,000 here. You're going to get $35,000.
Interesting that we've had a number of interesting earlier Jeeps today, CJs, etc. Here's one from '95, a YJ Custom.
Yeah, it's got that Corvette Indianapolis 500 pace car kind of color scheme going.
Yeah, all you need is the yellow wheels and the yellow interior.
And
total.
you got it, yeah. It's wild. Comprehensive build, starting with that Chevy 350 small block and all that custom paint. So labor intensive to apply the paint on that car, that Jeep, with so much preparation and the masking and the way that the paint is applied in layers. So hands off that paint job. Nobody touch it. It took a long time to make it look like that. Mickey Thompson tires on aluminum 8-hole wheels. and an aftermarket stereo with Bluetooth. And it goes to the bid goes on.
BMW 550i. Turbocharged V8 with an automatic
And it does that for $20,000. 2014 BMW 550i will be on the front center of the block.
Okay, a 5 Series, not quite a 7 Series, but it does offer a lot of the luxury and performance that you would find in its big brother, turbo 4.4-liter V8. Automatic, leather interior. It's got the iDrive system. Boy, they really improved that iDrive system as years went on. When they first debuted that, it really wasn't very intuitive, and it was a little confusing and a little convoluted, but by now, by 2014, it was much more user-friendly and refined. And there you see, once again, an interior that is practically unused.
$12,000.
That wheel
$12,000, Travis.
hasn't been curb scuffed or curb struck, and I'm guessing all 4 wheels are in pretty clean and mean condition.
So, now you feel better about doing the 10.
$12,000.
Cost you $2 more grand, but you're happy.
You want
now.
one of those? You can't afford it? Wait 12 years.
Yes, indeed. Here's a GL 550 Mercedes-Benz now from 2012.
You know what? This is probably going to go maybe a little bit more, because this is the big guy, the 550. That's got the 5.5-liter V8. But it's still, what is it, 14 years old?
Yeah, and it's got some miles on it.
Right, exactly, 143,000, exactly.
But what kind of mileage?
Yeah, I'm guessing a lot of country clubs and cotillions and weddings and things like that. Yeah. Those really are, I would say, the cream of the crop when it comes to SUVs, though. These GLs, they're big, they're roomy, they're powerful.
And all you guys can do.
Did we mention luxurious?
If we didn't, we should. Yeah, because
that's a given.
Yeah, it is. And I'll bet the aroma inside of that SUV is intoxicating. All that leather. You know what? It's not even going to get to where the 5 Series sold for.
Might not.
All done?
I'll do 9.
So $9,000.
My goodness. You're right.
Yeah.
The BMW sold for 12.
Yeah.
This one sold for 9.
So if you got nothing else to do, Google what was the MSRP for a 2012 GL 550 and see what someone would have paid for a new one.
Well, here is yet another Jeep. This is a Wrangler. This is a Rubicon from 2003, which is the first year of that package, which is still the top of the line, the trim package.
Yeah, I didn't think it went back that far, 2003.
Yeah. Now, of course, only a two-door until, what, 2012, I think?
By the way, my producer, Freddie DeCordova, tells me that Mercedes SUV would have stickered for about $86,000.
Yeah, so that's less than I actually thought.
I thought it might have been. Well, that might be before the add-ons, but still,
sure,
you know, it has depreciated appreciably.
Freddie DeCordova, man, there's a name from the past.
Yep. Yeah, if you watch the Johnny Carson show, like every human being on earth, you'll know that name.
Bid goes on this Ruby at $15,000. Oh, wait, the reserve just came off on that Ruby. How about that?
Nice.
Soft top, two-door, not many modifications.
Yes, sir.
Which is interesting. But still, that's a really cool little Jeep from back in the day.
I'm guessing that's not a color we see a lot of. That's a very appealing light khaki, it's called.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't recall that color.
Yeah, no, that's a winner.
But it works. Okay, $15,000. No reserve on the next car, which happens to be a 1980 Pontiac Trans Am.
Oh, big changes for the Trans Am as we get into the 1980s, as we have to say goodbye to those V8s. And now we're going to the turbo motors. And this is a car that has some collectability. This has the 6.6 liter V8. Edelbrock carburetor. That is an add-on, along with an Edelbrock timing chain, which tells me that the original timing chain was probably due to be replaced. Automatic transmission. They put a Fairbanks torque converter in there for extra crisp launches and shifts, crane rocker arms, and some other goodies on that engine as well, and it sells.
For $11,000.
That may be an engine swap too. I mean, I've seen where they did not do the 6.6 in 1980, but they had already switched over, but it sold. That's the important thing.
Yep, okay. 2001 Chevy 1500 Z71 pickup.
Yeah, the Z71, that's that beefy off-road package. Gives you a manly ride. 5.3 liter V8. The LS Series, automatic transmission as well, and four-wheel drive. AC, AM, FM radio, and the leather-wrapped steering wheel. Yep, it's about right. It's about what they're worth. Someone's going to be happy with that. It's very clean, just over 47,000 miles on the odometer.
You better get 12 bid. You better get $13,000 now. You better get 13.
Extended cab,
I have 12,000.
Z71 graphics.
13,000. Last call. 13,000. Now 14. 14,000. You better get 13's the bid. You better get $14,000. You get 13 and now 14. Last call again. At 13, you better get 14. Now 15. 15. 15,000, you better get 14 bid, you better get $15,000. I have 14,000, you better get 15. So, $14,000.
Oh, sweetie.
Oh, there we go.
Man, I hope somebody doesn't buy that and use it for their kitty litter delivery business. It's too nice.
Very true. Back with our final half hour today from Harrisburg after the break.
Good morning, Harrisburg.
Woo! We have 95, give 10. No, we have that, give 10.
I have 55 in it, Frank. I know that.
Ain't the worst thing that's ever happened to you.
Come on. Yeah, there we go.
14.
I'm on camera, looks like.
Got a lot of claps.
I'll take 37. Take it.
7.
Sold $37,000.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
And there we go is right, sir. Yes, it's been a day today on our opening day of television coverage here on ESPN Plus. Still 30 minutes to go, thereabouts, and we'll continue with a 1970 Chrysler 300, selling at no reserve.
Well, you know, so far today, we've seen some of these ultra high luxury full-size cars from GM and Ford, and here is Chrysler's return shot.
Bill, this car gives me all the feels, man. What a color combo, dark green over green, powered by that 440. Relatively obscure, you know, that 300 model. You just don't see a lot of them. And you know what? I love it with the top down.
Oh, it makes a difference.
Saying that all day, it really does. The color match boot.
Yep.
What a fabulous car.
Not a letter car. It's a 300,
Right.
but the letter cars ended in 65, but still all the style and power and prestige that you could possibly want.
And I'm with you, CJ. That color is a knockout, man.
Kind of like Fathom Green, sort of.
It is.
In that neighborhood.
Here's a 96 Bronco XLT.
Yeah, talking about colors, how about this? That's green. That is a mint green, light mint green with some dark green you see on the aft part of the roof there, and some pinstriping along the belt line. But the color, that's only part of the story. It's got a 5.0 in it, 5-liter V8, automatic with overdrive, got the four-wheel drive, dual range. Transfer case, high and low, auto locking hubs. Yeah, they checked off a lot of the boxes when this was ordered, but 20 won't buy it, I guarantee you.
What's super cool, too, is that brake line right below the door handle kind of creates its own pinstripe effect. That's just a shadow that's under the brake line, but it really breaks up the panel line very nicely.
So we move on from that one to this GMC Sierra 1500 from 1990. Oh, some custom work done here. Hello.
And how? Yikes.
Ooh, look at that.
Well, as mentioned up top, Scott, 100 pickup trucks here in Harrisburg this week. And this one, probably the most customized we've had.
So far today,
That'd be my
maybe.
guess, yeah. 383 stroker. Just got a Lyshome 1600 Whipple supercharger. Boy, that'll put a lot of forced induction through that 383. 700 R4 automatic. The color is called Cherry Glow Red. You saw the tan interior as well with a matching tonneau cover.
Did you see those ghost flames, Bill? They're real subtle, but really nicely done.
Again, labor intensive to get those done right. And if you do them wrong, you know what, you got to paint the whole thing over again. So don't screw up.
Custom headlights up front. Completely de-chromed, it looks like.
Yep, and those are billet wheels. They could be from Billet Specialties.
Look at the billet steering wheel, too.
And guys, the console setup inside that truck that's kind of free-floating, all painted. Oh, beautiful shot right there of it. I mean, so well done. No expense was spared on this one.
Yeah, that console is not an off-the-shelf item. Somebody built that specifically for the truck.
29. 28 submit. $29,000. Now 30. 29. 30.
It's your truck, it's your call. I got 29 grand.
So actually Colorado custom wheels.
Okay.
And also steering wheel.
Very nice. Reserve comes off, says Jimmy Landis, 29,000.
30. So, $29,000.
Well, 29 it is. That gentleman right there will drive it home or trailer it home, perhaps. 1986 C10 will follow that up, and it's got a big block, Bill.
454, and once again, at the risk of being redundant, we see these trucks come through, these pickup trucks, and everybody has their own idea or their own vision of what they want to do to them. Along with that big block, you've got that automatic transmission that's column operated. You see the diamond finish there on the bench seat. The old diamond stitched pattern that we used to see on hot rods years ago. We called it Diamond Tough. Cowled induction hood.
Wow.
These,
red bed liner, spray-in bed liner. How about that?
That's just about the best way to go. These wheels are US mags, and that's an up-and-coming company. We see more and more of those wheels being used on these bills.
Taking a page out of Mopar's book with that paint job. Kind of looks like Destroyer Gray. And with that red around it, certainly a beautiful aesthetic there. Really well done.
That is very similar to the gray on my Grand Cherokee SRT. It's Rhino gray, but it's within a half a shade of this.
Yeah, you're right. I think Destroyer is just a shade lighter than this one, so it could be that color that you're talking about, Bill.
Very close.
24, I'll give you a check for 22. Do you want to sell it? You'll take a check home for 22 grand.
$25,000.
That voice you heard was Jamie McLeod. He's in the lower left-hand corner with the consignor on the telephone. And the reserve's off. They're going to work it out.
Nice effect, too, by brushing everything so it doesn't pop quite as much. All the chrome is brushed on the rearview mirror, the door handles, and the molding down the sides.
Cool. Well, it brings $24,000, and the hammer falls. That one's going to new ownership. Back with more from Harrisburg after a short break. Back with you as we get right to the block here in Harrisburg, PA. here for another 20 minutes or thereabouts, I think, and we'll pick up the action activity with an 87 Chevy pickup truck.
And this is the Big O original, no modifications, matching numbers, 5 liter, the throttle body intake, 4-speed, manual transmission, been repainted, and that beautiful charcoal gray color, and the gray interior. Here it comes, rolling past us, looking good. Big jumbo rubber on all 4 corners. Those original wheels, all the sheet metal original, and those are the original 15x8 rally wheels. Original shifter knob and steering wheel is included. You swap them out, you go back to the original if you choose to, and away she goes for $35,000.
All right, well, let's take a look at a 1983 Toyota, and for that, let's check in with Chris and Rutledge, who are going to walk us through this car.
Thanks, Scott. You know, Rut, 99% of people would just pass this car right by, but as I'm walking by, the first thing I notice is right-hand drive, JDM, but I look at the deck lid, it says Corolla on it, but I know this is not your run-of-the-mill Corolla. What's going on here?
So this is a Japanese Corolla, better known as 11. You notice the big thing is it has the composite headlights, not the pop-up. That's the 3A under the hood, a 1.5 liter. This is an AE85. The AE86 is the chassis code that we all think of for the Corolla GTS. Take a look inside this one. This was serial number 51, so really early in the lineup, Chris. That's why this car is basically brand new, a little over 7,000 kilometers, about 4,300 miles.
Now, I know that a barometer for any car's cleanliness is how the trunk looks. And this one, man, it just screams low mileage because look at how clean this is in here, Rut.
Yeah, I mean, everything about this thing is brand new on here right now. I'm trying to figure out what the bid is right now. What's the bid at?
Oh, I see what's going on.
I'll go 9,500.
Oh, I love this. Rut's in on the bidding right now.
Well, guys, Chris, I mean, you got to think about it. To find a chassis like this, you're going to spend probably $7,000 to $8,000. You're going to have to replace a ton of stuff. So for me, I sit here and think, we can make this really cool.
Well, let's say you win this auction. What are you going to do with it?
Well, I'd swap it to a 4 AGE, the high-revving 1.6 liter. I'd go 10. I'd give 10 for it. 10.5?
10.5.
They've got
11,000.
I'd give 10.5 for it.
It's at 10.5 right now.
Chris, you're not helping.
Is that you at 10.5?
I don't know the answer.
I don't think so.
He's going to go work on it. Oh my gosh, I almost bought a car again, you guys.
You should have bought a car, Rutledge.
I might still. Let's see what happens with it. But that car, what's cool about that is it is rare with the low mileage, but anyone who wants to use it as an enthusiast would probably try to swap everything over to make their own GTS. So you'd need the limited slip rear end, the new brakes, probably change the suspension, change the engine. So you'd basically save the chassis.
Change the wheels.
For sure. But the interior is beautiful, the body. It's a cool car.
And just to be clear, it's 11, not 11.
That's right.
11.
It's A11.
Yeah.
I got to go talk to the Big Goes On.
I think he's going to Big Goes On, Scott.
It's the other direction, Rutledge.
Yeah.
He's going the long way.
Hey, you know what? Could lightning strike twice? 3 years ago, this weekend, I bought my Grand Cherokee.
Oh,
here.
that's right.
Yes,
Wow, 3 years ago? Craziness.
Yeah.
Okay, here is a 2006 BMW 325 CI convertible, and he is almost to bid goes on. So we'll update you. That'll be the easiest way to find out if a car sells off the block.
Oh, boy. 3 series, the injected car, 325 CI, a convertible, and short money, but too short right now.
So for $7,000, that one's going to roll the same direction where Rutledge is. Talking with our man Dave over there at Bid Goes On. In the meantime, an 04 SL 500 convertible from Mercedes-Benz.
And here's a 22-year-old SL 500 with 14,522 miles on the odometer. This one's got the 5-liter V8 in it with an automatic. And all the stuff that you would expect in an SL. comfort, convenience, dual zone climate, that beautiful burled wood on the center console, silver metallic paint, such a classic Mercedes color. They call that interior color ash.
And once again, a super clean early 2000s Mercedes-Benz SL 500 comes through at very well bought range right now. Certainly amazingly under sticker 22 years ago.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen them sell for less than this with more miles, but with 14,000, the consignor's thinking, you know, I don't think 20 is going to move me.
So the SL 550, or 500 rather, not your cup of tea. How about the E 550 from a few years later, 2012?
It's Mercedes-Benz o'clock here.
It is.
This is Mars Red with a charcoal interior. Yeah, this is a turbo motor, the 4.6 liter twin turbo V8. This will scoot, 7-speed automatic with some extra options thrown in. Option code 997, that's the driver assistance package. Adaptive cruise control. I love the adaptive cruise control in my car. Do you have that in your car?
Not this week, no.
Your car at home?
No.
Ever have it? Adaptive cruise control?
Yeah,
you don't use it?
We've talked about this before. I'm not necessarily a fan of it.
I love it. Yeah, because I hate when my nap gets interrupted. So that's a great feature. Short money again. You know, stop me if you've heard it before, but this car may sell for right around $20,000.
I had 19.5 right here. I'll take 20 though. That's the next
odometer, 35,000 plus.
19.5, 20. 19.5 bid, 20,000 a bid. 20,000 under down.
I certainly think those three little letters on the deck lid would make the price go up.
You would think.
AMG, Aufrecht, Melja, and Grubbersbahn.
I
now 20.
do believe
Not get a 20. Not get a bit of a 20.
Somebody's handiwork. Yeah. Looks good.
An aftermarket.
Yes.
Nothing to indicate. Okay, it's not up there on the title either.
We've had that before, and they're super easy. It's super easy to do.
Yeah, it's little glue.
Yes,
little double-sided tape under.
Yeah, little Gorilla Glue.
The professor is looking down on me right now, shaking his finger.
If that was a real AMG, I don't know that we'd see 19.5 as a
that's
hammer
what I was
price.
saying, yeah.
Anyway, good thought, though, and chance to clear up any doubt. But next is a 1963 Plymouth Valiant that is already bidding in the mid-teens.
Oh, this is so charming. Please. Plymouth Valiant, again, one of those rare oddities that we very seldom have across the block, but this one is a convertible. It's got that slant 6 in it. That is one of the most revered 6-cylinder engines in the whole automotive world. Automatic transmission, white paint with a red interior. Oh man, that is a trip back in time. Prior to the muscle car era. This is the kind of a car that if you wanted to be, the hot guy in the neighborhood, get a Valiant convertible.
And I'm in the camp where a convertible like this, small body, you don't really need a big booming drivetrain.
No.
225 slant 6 is great for cruising around.
You're right.
Well, they're still working on this Valiant at $16,000. And now they've really closed it. So we will use that to wrap up a segment and be back with more and perhaps an update on a pending sale. You'll have to stay tuned to find out. Well, it's our final segment with you today from Harrisburg, the capital city, great state of Pennsylvania, as we get set to wrap things up here on our day one, second day overall of the event. And look at this. Hey, we might want to all pitch in on this dude and get it to take us back to the hotel.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's a Cadillac Fleetwood Series 75 limo, obviously.
Look at that. Boy, that's longer than the Carnival Horizon. Wow. Odometer reads 26,761 miles. Pretty rare, these Series 75 limousines. Not really mass-produced for sure. 6-liter V8 with an automatic. And inside it's probably got a wet bar and neon lights. And
I'm telling you, though,
vibrating seats.
That doesn't have the Lincoln Town Car by much. I mean, those town cars are long.
Yeah.
And this is not much longer. Anyway, $7,000 for this Series 75 limo. Man, I tell you, back in the day, everybody, me graduating high school in 1982, would have loved to have gone to the prom in one of those. That was the it limo.
You'd have been a made man.
Yes. Okay, 54 Ford Crestline convertible is our next car.
Crestline, custom line, main line. This is the Crestline trim level for the 54 Ford.
Online,
if they built it today. Yes, 239 cubic inch flathead. Remember now, the flathead was going the way of all flesh. They were bringing in the Y blocks just about this time.
Good thing they didn't call it a flat line.
A flat line. Converted over to 12 volts and a Continental kit, tire kit out back there. Not a lot of money. Boy, I've said that a lot today, haven't I, huh?
Yes, that's true.
Bargain hunter's paradise.
And you can just see, we talk about this with the Chevrolets of this time period, 54, 53, 52, et cetera. You can just start to see that mid-50s look coming into vogue here, especially in the front end.
Sure.
Wasn't long after.
No, think of the changes that went through the whole Ford line back in 1949 when they went to the slab side cars. Yep. This is just a few years later.
Speaking of 1949, how about this F1 pickup truck from that year?
Yeah, the F1, that preceded the F100. 289 V8, not what they came with. C4 automatic transmission. And very well restored. Pretty much the signature green color for a lot of those pickup trucks back then, and I definitely concur with the wheel choice with those torque thrust wheels with the dark gray center. Yeah.
Yep, those work.
Beauties.
Grill painted gray here on this one. That's kind of cool.
It's a nice inset, right?
It is.
Good shade of gray.
Yeah.
It's almost like a little hint of blue in that gray. That's kind of that perfect vibe.
Yeah, it picks up the wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Rutledge, what's the final word on that Toyota?
We're going to see, guys. We may be too far apart. What a beautiful car, though. I'll tell you this. I love this job. It is dangerous for me because, luckily I was distracted and I missed that caddy limo. We could have taken that out all weekend long.
Yeah,
right?
You're going way up market for that caddy, though.
That's true.
It
was pretty.
Yeah.
Sell it.
Okay, reserve is off here at $21,000.
Fair money. Didn't take a lot of money to build that truck.
He ain't gonna care.
Doesn't have a crate Coyote in it or anything. It's got a OEM 289 and a C4.
Okay, 21 will do it. Thumbs up indeed, sir. Well done. Here's another Plymouth Valiant. How about this?
What is this all about? 2 Valiants within 10 minutes of each other.
I know. This is the Signet from 1963.
Yep, slant 6. Push button automatic transmission. Put a few new parts and pieces in here. New alternator and gas tank. The Petronix distributor.
They put Krager SS wheels just to get you off the trail of that slant 6 under the hood.
Yeah,
right?
Maybe. There wasn't a whole lot of choices for your Plymouth Valiant power-wise back in 1963. We're way before you know, the Hemi and certainly the Max Wedge was available, but they weren't putting that in the Valiant.
Well, somebody paid $7,000 for it. All right. Here's a 2024 Gladiator from Jeep. It's a Willis edition, but it's been modified and updated with Nightmare lettering along the hood, where you would normally see Willis.
Yeah. This might be the Elvira trim package here.
It could, yeah, it could be.
Yeah, that 3.6 liter V6 is in it with the 4-inch lift. 3,200 miles on the odometer. They added an S&B cold air intake. It's got a 2-speed transfer case. And the color, firecracker red, yes. And they've ceramic coated that paint as well. It's always going to look.
Wow.
Yeah, that glossy. Adjustable shocks, off-road coil springs.
Reserve is off.
Yep.
Here we go.
Off-road tires from Nitto.
We got it.
It's been lifted, some extra suspension parts in there.
Yeah.
Ready? Now we go.
Open moonroof there.
Right. Yeah, very nice.
Tinted glass.
You get it, young man.
All right, $47,000. And the hammer falls here in Harrisburg on that Gladiator from 2024. Well, this is going to wrap up our program today, and what a cool way to go out. This is a 1946 Indian Chief, and look at this. This is motorcycle opulence in 1946. This has got a 74 cubic inch V-twin. It's a 3-speed. It's an AACA first senior award winner. The bidding at $20,000. There you see that twin. 3-speed hand-shifted gearbox, 2-into-1 exhaust. The just so identifiable balanced wheel covers that Indian is so known for. $22,000, instantly identifiable.
What a gorgeous bike.
Fabulous. Wide whites. And the reserve is off at $22,000. Now, keep in mind, if you like these, don't forget about our motorcycle auction every January. We see these scads of them, and they bring massive dollars. This is comparatively pretty well bought Indian Chief from 1946 at $22,000. And you've got the vibe, and you've got the look, and most importantly, you've got an Indian in your collection. So that will be our final machine of the day today. And here's a look at what we have coming up for you here over the next several months. 3 weeks from now, we'll be in Monterey. Brand new event for you in Nashville. And then Dallas-Fort Worth, actually in Fort Worth again this year. Vegas, Kansas City, and then we begin a brand new season next January 5th in Kissimmee. Can you believe we are already looking forward to the world's largest collector car auction? Well, that will button things up for us for today from Harrisburg. How about we do it again tomorrow? I think that's a good plan. We'll kick things off at 11 a.m. East, 8 o'clock West out here on ESPN Plus, and we hope you'll grab some coffee and join us then. So for now, for the entire gang, I'm Scott Hoke. Thanks so much for watching today on ESPN Plus. We will see you back here tomorrow. Good night, everybody.